I pledge my eternal gratitude to any law nerd who would edit and combine original Emily's live coverage of this trial with Sidebars coverage at specific moments. That sounds like a doctoral project.
Here we are in Virginia on trial day 22. All right, in Virginia, here we are, day 22 of the trial.
Yesterday was wild. I expect, and this, we're going to see what happens. But I think Amber Heard's team might rest this morning and then get immediately into Depp's team's motion to strike. I wonder if they told Depp's team that they didn't know if Depp would come to the stand as a chess move. Hey, we might still call him, we might not. They truly might have wanted to evaluate their case overnight and see what, if anything, they could get from Depp that would solidify the counterclaim. But
my understanding that defense is resting, is that correct? All right, I'm not going to bring the jury out.
Girl, she called it.
So
motion to strike.
After we finish our motions,
she called it.
And they come out, I'll let you say.
She called it.
Yeah, okay, let's just do it that way.
Fiery, we're going to get fire
based
first
on
thing.
Resting, you have a motion?
Motion to
I
strike.
did receive your memo ahead of time, so I have reviewed that.
I'm so ready for this.
Okay.
I'm so ready for this. Get to the mic, Ben Chu.
Waldman made the 3 allegedly defamatory statements with actual malice.
Right, but clear and convincing is not my motion to strike standard.
It's scintilla. Scintilla's her motion to strike.
Standard in our brief.
Thank you.
Scintilla's her motion to
Moreover,
strike.
Your Honor,
Standard.
the court should also strike defendant's claim for immunity and attorney's fees based on Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute.
Yeah.
She is not entitled to immunity under the statute. Because we know that the court has carefully reviewed our motion papers, I will just hit some of the salient points.
Thank you, sir.
I would mention, however, Your Honor, that because this is not included in our brief, that there is no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp even saw any of the 3 statements that Mr. Waldman made prior to being served with the counterclaims in this action, which we believe is relevant to many of the legal standards. And as Your Honor is aware, Ms. Heard had signaled for the past week that she was planning to call Mr. Depp in her case.
She has signaled that.
And it was our anticipation that she would try to fill what we believe is a gaping hole with respect to the elements of her proof. Again, there's no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp ever saw any of the 3 statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows.
Here we go. Back to the elements.
1, publication of 2, an actionable statement with 3, the requisite intent. Ms. Heard must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. C. Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332, a 2008
Citing the
case.
Statement to the court. The court knows it. They already have their written memo.
For the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability,
which is what's happening here,
employer, without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment.
Was Waldman
See also
an employee?
Roughton Pontiac Corp. Versus Alston, 236.
Oh no, I was reporting for IG.
152 at page 156. Which standard Ms. Heard has not met? Mr. Waldman testified.
He had a binder of evidence.
About 29 witnesses he believed disproved Ms. Heard's false claims of abuse.
Binder.
See the transcript at page 6008 through 6012, and I won't run
And he
through
went to the
all of
police
that.
about perjury. That's fair.
But his testimony, as has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed, and Ms. Heard put her name to it. What he is suing about here are the 3 statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact,
said
he
that in
was
his
the one,
testimony.
Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU. And he made it also to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and confined his arguments to those directed in the motion. But like we saw with the last motion to strike, he's now directing his arguments to something other.
That's Jessica. She's been running the tech for Team Hurt. She's been great.
Making an argument
No,
not
Rebecca.
to you, but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and everyone's time, and it also threatens to undermine the
Rottenborn.
integrity of this process and risk the jury being.
Were you here yesterday, Rottenborn? The witness that you called, were you here yesterday?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rottenborn? You huff and puff every time there's an objection, Rottenborn.
What Mr. Depp is suing about are the three statements. And it's very clear, despite the pious
Rebecca,
opening
Michelle?
statement, that about the First Amendment,
Michelle,
that with the testimony
apologies.
of Terrence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Heard were
You're
conspiring
right, Michelle.
to make it very clear that those three statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted
Did Rottenborn
to time this
mansplain the
thing
court's time to
with
the
release
court?
of Aquaman,
Just a
which was
question.
her first film of
What do you
any
think?
significance in terms of popularity. And it's more of
We barely touched on
the
agency.
gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you.
At least he said
And
woman
when
up.
it was chilling when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to
Doesn't-
believe that.
Go to the motion to strike, though, Ben Chu.
It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point with which I agree, which was
Niederhoff
with
is like, what?
respect to each of the three statements, Mr. Waldman was clearly identified, even by the tabloid that printed these, well within articles that had both sides represented, that he was Mr. Waldman's attorney.
Depp's
Even the
attorney.
reader of a tabloid understands that when you're getting statements from attorneys, it's going to be forwarding their client's point of view. Mr. Waldman is not the only attorney who has spoken out. Robbie Kaplan, who was Ms. Heard's second attorney. So Ms. Heard started out with Eric George. He made comments to the press.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is so much further beyond what Your Honor is addressing.
I'm finishing up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm finishing up.
Rottenborn's not
point,
wrong,
Your Honor,
but
it's on point.
shouldn't interrupt.
Is that Mr.
But he's not
George
wrong.
made statements supporting Ms. Heard's position. Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting
I wish we could see the
her client's
judge's
position
face.
on the merits, and so did Mr. Waldman. But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements by partisans. So for the reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike, or in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least,
Take it under
these
submission.
motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you,
That's
sir.
fair.
All right, in
court
this
might do
matter,
that.
I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence
Or might
as to
rule
her
now.
counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel. First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike.
Correct.
Having said that, we went down that legal road on Friday as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have.
Oh,
As to independent contractor, again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike.
So they're going to deny it.
As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are issued in the
She has
counterclaim.
multiple times.
Ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment.
It looks like this is going to go to the jury.
argument-
So what we have going on here is this is right at the end. The first sidebar of the day is right at the end of the plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaim. So Mr. Chu was arguing, and then Mr. Rottenborn was also arguing, and then this is right here at the end of Judge A's ruling on the counterclaim. So she says, it is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The force record in the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay, Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rottenborn, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Is there any other preliminary matter before the jury? Ms. Bredoff, yes, Your Honor. May we approach? The court, okay. Sidebars roasting on an open fire. The court, all right, Ms. Bredoff. Your Honor, 2 days ago on Sunday, May 22nd, more than 2 months after the close of discovery and 4 days after trial, plaintiffs supplemented their witness interrogatory that had asked for the identity of anyone who had knowledge of any of the claims or defenses in this case, among other topics. And there was a court order that was entered on August 10th, 2020, ordering them to provide those. Plaintiff included the following people for the first time: Morgan Knight, Jenna Price, Lydia Fuller, Miroslava Chavez, Kate Moss, David Kulber, and Morgan Tremaine. Plaintiff then added several of these individuals to their list of people they are calling today and tomorrow, specifically David Kulber, Morgan Knight, Kate Moss, Morgan Knight, again apparently, and Lydia Fuller. Defendant is severely prejudiced by these last-minute additions, many of whom we have no idea who they are. Our client doesn't know who they are, many of them. We have no opportunity to conduct any discovery, no opportunity to conduct any depositions, and Your Honor may recall that we have moved to compel on our other witness interrogatory that states, quote, please state what their knowledge is, identify the knowledge, end quote. The plaintiff objected to it on the basis of, quote, why bother? We're at the end of discovery, end quote, and then Your Honor denied it. Well, if they had to, at the least, a minimum, respond to that, then even on Sunday, they would have had to tell us what those people's knowledge is, but we're way too late. Your Honor has not even allowed us to have pictures in that were produced after March 1st. I can already say what's going to happen here is that there's a difference because this is rebuttal, Elaine. And now they have all these other people. Now, with respect to David Kulber as well, he was Mr. Depp's apparently treating physician in LA, in Los Angeles, for his finger, and we had a specific interrogatory, Your Honor. The court, Ms. Bredoff continues, so you have all the interrogatories, a set of it. So we have compiled all of their interrogatory responses for the supplemental, but if Your Honor would go to the 4th tab, to the 2nd page, and this was responded to by the plaintiff in January of 2022, and it says, quote, identify each mental health or physical health care provider that you saw or consultant who examined you or provided treatment or services to you from January 1st, 2010 to the present. State the reason and duration, end quote. And you'll note, and this is their response, Dr. Kulber is not identified. In addition to this, Your Honor, one of the people, Mr. Rottenborn, nor did they ever produce medical records. Ms. Bredoff, right. Mr. Rottenborn, nor did they ever produce medical records for Dr. Kulber in response to at least 4 document requests that we could cite for Your Honor. Ms. Bredoff, thank you, yes, and I do have those requests. First request, number 43, quote, all documents pertaining to the 3 surgeries to reconstruct a finger, and the second request, number 6, quote, all medical records from physical and mental health care providers, end quote. Number 7, quote, all correspondence or records received or sent from healthcare providers, end quote. And number 9, all documents, communications concerning the alleged injury to your finger, end quote. Then on top of that, Your Honor, we found on social media last night, we didn't even know who this person was, Morgan Knight. The court, are we still talking about Dr. Kulber? Ms. Bredoff, no, this one's another one of the ones that Mr. Rottenborn moved on. The court, I haven't ruled on that one yet, but okay. Ms. Bredoff, actually, I'm hoping you will rule on all of these, Your Honor, because none of them were identified. The court, well, you agree, see, here we go, you agree rebuttal witnesses can come in that haven't been identified. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, only if there's a reason for not having identified them. In response to interrogatory, the court, right, if something came up in trial. Ms. Bredoff, but we had a clear interrogatory that said any defenses were claimed. The court, for Dr. Kulber. Ms. Bredoff, well, any of them. The court, well, you don't know what's going to come up in the trial testimony, so rebuttals, you can't. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor. She could say, it's patently unfair. The court, it's the same. I think you gave it to me. Ms. Bredoff, sorry, I gave it to you. The significance of this one, Your Honor, is that this is a tweet by Morgan Knight, one of the people they've identified to testify. And it's clear that he's been watching the trial. He has a picture of Johnny Depp testifying. Then he says in his tweet that, Mr. Rottenborn, that umbrella guy. Ms. Bredoff, yeah, it's that umbrella guy. And then Morgan Knight is commenting from that umbrella guy. Quote, that never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy, end quote. So he's responded to this tweet that has what Mr. Depp is testifying to in this trial. So he's clearly violated the witness rule in any event. So in response to Your Honor, we would be severely prejudiced by these individuals. Kate Moss was somebody that Mr. Depp dated. The court, I know, we can't do these all in one time at one point. Ms. Bredoff, oh, I'm sorry. She already said that, Elaine. The court, Kate Moss, though, that's a rebuttal. I know Ms. Heard said something about Kate Moss. Mr. Chu, yeah, what she said. Ms. Bredoff, what Ms. Heard said was she thought about Kate Moss when she saw Mr. Depp. The court, right. Ms. Bredoff was about to push Whitney down. Mr. Chu, it referred to the false allegation. The court, that's a rebuttal evidence. Mr. Chu, yes. The court, it would be rebuttal evidence. Ms. Bredoff, what would be the rebuttal, Mr. Chu? The rebuttal would be that Johnny didn't push her down the steps. That was the clear inference. She was trying because no other woman has ever accused Johnny. The court, so Kate Moss is a different issue. Ms. Bredoff, but Ms. Heard didn't testify that he did. She just said, quote, that's what came to my mind, end quote. Mr. Chu, yes, she did. The court, excuse me? Mr. Chu, sorry, Your Honor. The court, okay, I wrote it down because I didn't know what was going on because she said she was on the stairs and she says, quote, all of a sudden I heard Kate. I thought of Kate Moss on the stairs, end quote. That gave a negative connotation, and even to me, I'm like, oh, does that mean something happened with Kate Moss on the stairs? And I have no idea. So I thought that. The jury might have thought that. They're entitled to that rebuttal. So, next person. Ms. Bredoff, well, just if I may, Your Honor, just to make my record, they would have known that knowledge before. The court, she didn't know Ms. Heard was going to testify to it, did she? Ms. Bredoff, she testified to that in the UK, Your Honor. Mr. Chu, good luck. She changes their story every 5 minutes. Well said, Mr. Chu. Mr. Rottenborn, I think to the extent that the prior discovery request said, quote, all people with knowledge, unquote, they've been on notice since the UK about them. The court, rebuttal witnesses, I'm going to allow rebuttal witness if there's a nexus to it, but as far as that's why they need to be separate. Dr. Kulber, if you have an issue where they didn't provide him as in discovery as a medical person, is brought off, right, let's take the first thing. So now she wants to go one at a time. The court, can you respond to that one? Ms. Vasquez, may I address Dr. Kulber? The court, okay. Yes, okay. Ms. Myers, Your Honor, first of all, Dr. Kulber, so we identified documents in response to this interrogatory. Dr. Kulber's name and contact information is reflected in those, Ms. Vasquez, and medical records. Ms. Myers, communications. There are medical records. There's communications between Dr. Kulber and I apologize between Dr. Kulber and simultaneous speech between unknown speakers, it says. Ms. Myers, Dr. Kipper and Mr. Depp's nurse, Debbie Lloyd, and we are bringing Dr. Kulber for a very limited rebuttal purpose. The court, what's the rebuttal purpose? Ms. Myers, so both Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp on the stairs incident was wearing a hard cast that was able to hit them. Dr. Kulber is just going to testify that his hand was in a soft cast and he had a pin in it. He's just going to testify to the state of his hand on at that specific time period. The court, okay. And you're saying these Bates numbers, because I can't tell, correspond to his medical records? Ms. Myers, I believe they are, Your Honor. I cannot say for certain, but I know there are documents that we would have identified in response to this that do reflect Dr. Kulber being Mr. Depp's hand surgeon in LA. The court, do you have that, Ms. Myers, after the Australia incident? The court, all right, do you have that anywhere in here as far as identifying Dr. Kulber? Ms. Myers, I believe our supplemental responses identified the documents themselves, but we can confirm that. He is reflected in those, Ms. Bredoff. Still wouldn't have identified. Mr. Rottenborn, Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe his name is in any interrogatory response, and also under 8.01399, to the extent they didn't produce medical records that we've seen. There's a few emails back and forth with Dr. Kipper, but to the extent that they want to have him testify as to treatment or diagnosis, they'll have to produce, here's a copy for you all, they have to produce, those things have to be contemporaneously documented under Virginia law, or else he can't testify to those things. We've never gotten, other than a handful of emails, I don't believe we've gotten any medical records. So if he's going to testify it was a soft cast or whatever, the court, you would have to have had that as medical records. Well, they're saying these Bates stamps are those medical records, but I don't know. If they are those medical records, then I think he could testify, Mr. Rottenborn. If they want to represent to the court, then Ms. Myers, I know that there are communications between Dr. Kipper. I cannot represent that the court, if there are no medical records, he can't testify. Ms. Vasquez, we need to check. Ms. Myers, we need to check. The court, okay, agreed? Mr. Chu, we need to check. Sounds like they need to check. What do you guys think? The court, I'm assuming he's not your first witness, so he only testifies if you have turned over those medical records, not emails, but medical records to the defense, Mr. Rottenborn. And even if they have, also he's not identified in interrogatory, so that we've seen. So if the court right, he's identified in medical records. Mr. Rottenborn, yeah, but they say, if you say, quote, identify all your treatment providers, end quote, and they say they don't put any names, they just list a Bates range, I don't think that's identifying him specifically. The court, did you identify him as a treatment provider? Well, you can look at that too, Mr. Rottenborn. So those were in 2 designations. Ms. Bredoff, no, and your honor has the court. Okay, well, if he's been identified as a treatment provider and the medical records were turned over, he can testify. If he hasn't, then he can't testify. Leave it at that. Mr. Bredoff, thank you, your honor. The court. All right, now let's go on to Morgan somebody, I assume. Ms. Bredoff, Knight. Morgan Knight is the next one. The court. Morgan Knight. Ms. Bredoff, now this person apparently, based on the tweet, was somebody who either owns or is a manager at Hicksville. Well, Hicksville's been in this case all along. We've always argued that he trashed the trailer. The court, right? Ms. Bredoff, and then on top of it, we have this. The court, well, you're going to give it to me a 3rd time. That's okay. So Mr. Wyatt, I don't know why it says Mr. Wyatt. That must be a typo, and that she said Mr. Knight. So I think that's got to be what it is. So Mr. Knight is a rebuttal witness for what? Ms. Vasquez, he will testify that the trailer was not damaged to the degree that was the court, that the trailer was not. Ms. Vasquez, yes, in response to both Ms. Enriquez, Whitney Enriquez, and Ms. Hurd, that both claimed the trailer was trashed, he will testify that's incorrect. He will also testify that, I mean, I understand I have to make a proffer, but this seems, the court, no, that's fine. Ms. Vasquez, now the date, your honor, first of all, I don't even know if this is Mr. Knight's Twitter account. Ms. Bredoff, it's the Umbrella Guy's Twitter account, and he's saying this, and then Morgan Higby Knight is responding to him right down there. Ms. Vasquez, that's April 21st, your honor. Ms. Bredoff, right, which is in the middle of trial, Ms. Vasquez. Okay, he's a rebuttal witness, meaning he stepped forward after this time. He stepped forward in May, your honor. Ms. Bredoff, that doesn't make any difference. They still have the witness, Mr. Rottenborn. But the rationale for witnesses or potential witnesses not watching the trial, but the rationale for witnesses or potential witnesses not watching the trial doesn't change if someone is a rebuttal witness or not. And we would ask, Ms. Vasquez, they weren't identified, Mr. Rottenborn, that any witnesses that your honor allows to testify be voir dired before they testify. The court, well, here's the issue with this one because it's televised. I mean, there's an issue if you don't even know you're a witness yet. How can you be, Mr. Rottenborn? I understand that, but it's still manifestly unfair. Taking Elaine's phrase there. The same rationale for prejudice applies whether someone is a rebuttal witness or no, and it's particularly someone like these people on an issue that's been Hicksville, that's been an issue since the first day of this lawsuit. So to the extent that they thought and they've known about the allegations of the trailer being trashed since day 1 of this lawsuit. So to the extent, Ms. Bredoff, Christy Sexton testified too, and she was deposed 2 years ago. Mr. Rottenborn, if they thought we might need to call Morgan Knight to testify to this, they should have known, they've known this. This isn't something that came up anew. The court, you just said that he came forward in May. Ms. Vasquez, he came forward in May, and since then I've asked him to please, Mr. Rottenborn, your honor, Ms. Vasquez not be, Mr. Rottenborn. The fact that the trial is televised shouldn't create prejudice to our side, your honor. I mean, the fact that the trial is televised shouldn't create prejudice to this side just because the witness has watched. The court, no, I understand that, but the judge weighs on the rule of the witness and on how it has affected the witness. If you have a rebuttal witness who didn't know they were a witness, I can't bind them to the rule on witnesses at the beginning of the trial if they don't know. I would have to bind the whole world. So I understand he came forward in May. If you want to voir dire him outside the presence of the jury on that issue of how much he's seen and how much his prejudice is for the rule of witnesses is discretionary, and I can do that, Mr. Rottenborn. Well, I would ask that they not speak to him before he gets on the stand. The court, well, she told him since May, Ms. Vasquez, I don't remember the exact date. It's very recent, your honor. Court, not to watch the trial. Ms. Vasquez, yes, I did. And as soon as we identified him as a potential witness, I did instruct him, per your honor's ruling, to please do not watch any of the trial, do not watch any of the testimony. He was contacted by somebody else that worked at the court. Okay, this was April 21st. Like I said, I have to weigh it. Mr. Rottenborn, Hicksville has already come into the trial by April 21st, so he has the benefit, unlike any other witness, he has the benefit of knowing what the testimony is on Hicksville. Mr. Chu, he could cross-examine him on that. Mr. Rottenborn, and the court, this says, quote, Johnny Depp will be accused, end quote. He would have had to have, Mr. Chu, he can cross-examine him. The court, he said, simultaneous speech between unknown speakers, it says. Ms. Bredoff, if I may, your honor, Christy Sefton was deposed 2 years ago, and she testified to the trailer park. We also got a court order with the judge. The court. I'm still talking about Mr. Knight. Oh, God. Ms. Brodoff, right? The court. We can just do this one at a time. Ms. Brodoff, right? No. And she testified to the trailer being trashed. They would have had the knowledge, and we had a court order that ordered them to produce any documents relating to the damage to the trailer, so that they should have and would have reached out to him at that time. The court. He came forward on his own, and so I'm just going to weigh that, okay? We're going to see what happens with, that. I can't bind him on the rule on witnesses if he wasn't a witness at the time. I can voir dire him outside the presence of the jury and see what he has seen on this trial, and I can weigh it from there, Ms. Brodoff. And, Your Honor, also, since this was on April 21st, over a month ago, and we just got him identified 2 days ago, I would want Your Honor to voir dire him when he first came forward, she just said she was going to voir dire him. When he first communicated the court, both of you can ask questions, that's fine. Ms. Brodoff, right, but if they waited until 2 days before, they're putting on their rebuttal witnesses, and they knew for a month, then I think that's manifestly unfair. There we go, another manifestly unfair. Second one, this sidebar. They have a duty to timely supplement their witness interrogatory, and if they became aware of them, they needed to timely supplement. We're severely prejudiced by this. We have no opportunity to examine him, to take a deposition. Mr. Rottenborn, we can't talk. The court, these are rebuttal witnesses. Then you wouldn't have any opportunity to examine them. That's what rebuttal witnesses are, Mr. Rottenborn. But if they were on notice that he may be a rebuttal witness a month ago and sandbagged us in supplementing their discovery responses, we could have sought a deposition of him. We could have asked the court, you know how trials go. I know you didn't have, Mr. Rottenborn, but Hicksville's been at issue more than 2 days, Your Honor, and Ms. Brodoff, it's 2 years. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I spoke to him for the first time yesterday. Last night, after court, was the first time I spoke to him. The court. Rebuttal is a different beast, and I know you know that, Mr. Rottenborn. Mr. Rottenborn, I understand that, but Ms. Vasquez just said I thought you said you instructed him a month ago and stepped forward. Ms. Vasquez, I have not had an opportunity to speak with him. The court. He came forward in May. Mr. Rottenborn, I understand. But she just told the court that he was instructed not to watch the trial a month ago, and that's the court. I've made my ruling. He's going to be able to testify. If I find that he's a rebuttal witness, and we'll talk to them about the rule of witnesses and see where we're at. I don't know, okay? Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. The court. All right, next one. Ms. Brodoff. Next one's Jenna Price. We have no idea who that person is. Ms. Vasquez. She's not testifying, Your Honor. The court. She's not testifying. Next one. Ms. Brodoff. Okay. Lydia Phillip. Ms. Vasquez. She's not testifying. The court. These are my favorite ones. Ms. Brodoff. All right. We've talked about Kate Moss. We've talked about David Kulber. Morgan Tremaine. Ms. Vasquez. He's testifying. Ms. Brodoff. I have no idea who that is, Ms. Vasquez. He worked for TMZ, and he will testify that TMZ did receive the video from Ms. Heard, also was directed to be there on May 27, 2016, to take certain pictures of her face where she would be. I mean, the court, this is rebuttal evidence. Ms. Vasquez, that's rebuttal. The court, okay, next. Ms. Brodoff. Again, Your Honor, they still would have known that information and should have identified it in an interrogatory response. The court, during trial, things happen. Those are rebuttal witnesses. Next one. The objections overruled. Ms. Brodoff. That's the last one, Your Honor, but I would. The court. Okay, I got a big one about Ms. Vasquez, Dr. David Kulber, Your Honor. The court. What about this new Neumeister witness, Ms. Vasquez? I confirmed the x-rays are the court. I've got this 3 times in my folder. Male speaker. What is this? Ms. Brodoff. Oh, he's going to argue that the 4th, Ms. Vasquez. We're not ready to argue that. Ms. Brodoff. Okay. The court. We'll do that tomorrow. Ms. Brodoff. So the next one is Jennifer Howell, Your Honor. Jennifer Howell is by deposition designation, and Your Honor, I have the pages that we're actually showing. None of these are on legitimate rebuttal testimony, and Your Honor may recall excluding our Berkovici because he wasn't on rebuttal. So let me just go through these. So first of all, the testimony of Amber does not rebut or contradict Amber's testimony or anything in this case. They designated Howell 231:30 through 20, in which Ms. Howell testifies that she met Amber Heard at the Pineapple Express Pier in 2008. Neither Amber nor Whitney were asked when Amber met Jennifer Howell. It's not a legitimate rebuttal. The next one, the court. I'm sure it's just not meeting Jennifer Howell. That's the rebuttal. Well, I don't know, Ms. Brodoff. It's not a rebuttal when she met Amber Heard, getting Amber's name wrong again. Does she mean Laura Amber Howell? Amber Heard, because Amber Heard never testified whether she met Miss Howell or not. She was never even asked about Miss Howell. The next one is they designated 255:20 through 9. Ms. Howell states that Amber never showed her photographs or told her that Depp was abusive to her. Amber never testified that she confided in Ms. Howell, showed Ms. Howell photographs, or told her that Depp was abusive to her, so it's not rebuttal. Oh my God. The third one, plaintiff designated Howell 299:30 through 11, in which Ms. Howell testified that she received an anonymous donation of $250,000, and she believed that anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Defendant was designated at 3:45:12 through 22, in which Ms. Howell testifies she received a check from Fidelity Charitable with a note saying it was in honor of Amber Heard. This is consistent with Amber's testimony that she donated $250,000 with him, but it was not going to count to any overall pledge. This donation is unrelated and outside the $6.8 million, and it's not rebuttal testimony. The next one, Your Honor, please bear with me. They have testimony, they've designated testimony regarding Whitney. That doesn't rebut as well. The first of those is 12:5 through 14, and the other one that's virtually the same is 229:1 through 4 through 14, which states that Jennifer Howell is the CEO of the Art of Elysium. Whitney testified, trial day 19, transcript 247:21 to 248:1, quote, she's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit, right? End quote. Quote, she is, end quote. So that doesn't rebut. Then they designated Howell at 2960 through 3013, which states that Whitney lived with Ms. Howell from May 2015 to April 2016. Whitney testified, and this is again day 19, transcript 248:5 through 9, and these are all questions they asked in cross-examination. Quote, around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right? End quote. And then she says, quote, May 2014, end quote. They say, quote, yes, end quote. The court. I'm not going to go through the whole deposition, so you're saying it's not a rebuttal witness. What's this person? Ms. Vasquez. She's a rebuttal witness to both Whitney and Ms. Heard as to the stairs incident, and her, Ms. Enriquez's, what we will call perjurous testimony that Ms. Heard was actually abusive towards Mr. Depp. That Ms. Heard was abusive toward Mr. Depp. Ms. Bredoff, there's no testimony that's designated that comes in on that. There's nothing. There's nothing in the designation, Ms. Vasquez. There is an email that Your Honor sustained the objection, and Ms. Howell testifies as to why she sent the email to Ms. Enriquez, and she explains that, and Your Honor did allow that testimony. So, but we believe that that is, Ms. Bredoff, it has no context. It says she sent an email to the court. I'm going to allow this. Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, next one. Ms. Vasquez, Dr. Kulber's x-rays that were just shown to the hand surgeon, Dr. Moore, yesterday came from Dr. Kulber. Those were medical records. Those were the x-rays from Dr. Kulber. Mr. Ottenborn, okay, a couple points, Your Honor. Those were attached to the Australian medical records. Number 2, so Dr. Kulber's in LA. Number 2, there's nothing. They still didn't identify him in the interrogatory responses. The court, did you identify him? Ms. Vasquez, I need to confirm that, Your Honor, but Mr. Ottenborn, they didn't. And I mean, you can do it, Ms. Bredoff, and I have. The court, they're going to confirm. Mr. Ottenborn, all right, okay, and then the other thing I would say is even if the x-rays are attached, even if, like, let's say those did come, the court, so they didn't identify it in the designations. Ms. Bredoff, they've not, Your Honor. Mr. Ottenborn, right. But one more point, if you look at the statute, even if the x-rays relayed were Dr. Kulber's medical records, he really does not want this Dr. Kulber to testify. If those are the only records he produced, if what they're going to do is get him to get up there and say it was a hard cast, the x-rays don't show that. And if you see the first sentence of the subsection B, quote, if the physical condition of the patient is an issue in a civil action, the diagnoses, signs and symptoms, observations, evaluation histories, or team plan the practitioner obtained or formulated as contemporaneously documented, end quote. So the medical record, whatever they're going to have him testify about has to be in medical records that were produced. So if it's just x-rays that's not related to the court, we'll see when they come out. Ms. Vasquez, and Your Honor, I have to be fair, I have to read it, but I would submit that he's actually a fact witness and not testifying as a medical expert. The court, you still have to produce the medical records. I would have to agree with that argument, okay? Mr. Ottenborn, this is fact witness. Mr. Chu will check, Your Honor, thanks. The court, any other ones? Mr. Ottenborn, could we just, it would be helpful if they could confirm by like the morning break or something, because otherwise we have to prepare that. The court, we'll see. Mr. Ottenborn, okay. The court, I'll let them. Mr. Ottenborn, all right, thank you, Ms. Bredoff. So for the 2 that are going to, Your Honor's allowing in, the court, 3 actually, Ms. Bredoff, they do get to the court. There's the video deposition of Ms. Moss and Mr. Knight we're going to have to talk about. Ms. Bredoff, and we'll get to voir dire all 3 of these when they, the court, no, not all 3. Mr. Knight, the others are done. Male speaker, that's good. Female speaker, we'll get all of them. The court, one's a deposition. Ms. Bredoff, oh, not Howell. I wasn't talking about Howell. I was talking about the court. No, we're not voir diring her. The only one that will be voir dired is Mr. Knight. Ms. Bredoff, not Morgan Tremaine, since they didn't identify him until Sunday and Ms. Heard testified. The court, no. The only one voir diring is Mr. Knight to see where we are. Okay? Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ottenborn, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay. Back to open court. The court, all right. Are we ready for the jury then?
All right. Are we ready
Yes.
for the jury then?
Your Honor.
Okay.
I guess the jury's coming in.
Upon the jury entered the courtroom.
You guys, if you haven't hit the subscribe, now's my last chance to ask you to do it. And the jury's coming in. Are we going to hit 500K before the jury comes in? It's possible. Does all cited case law have to be Virginia case law? Oh my God. That's a little bit more in-depth question because it has to do with splitting jurisdictions, and they can cite, but it's not binding. But federal court in that circuit can be more binding. So yes and no. Most persuasive is local. You guys, we binged. Can we just celebrate real quick? The jury's coming in. We're going to bing. We binged. It's 500K and we fucking binged. I don't know what to do, you
Good morning,
guys.
ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
I apologize. We had a few housekeeping matters to take care of, but thank you. You can have your seat.
Judge
All right, your
A,
next witness.
thank
Your
you
Honor,
for
on
giving us
behalf
the
of
time.
Defendant and counterclaimant Amber Heard, we rest.
All right, thank you.
So they've formally
Rebuttal
rested
evidence?
in front of the
Yes,
jury.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank fucking God that somebody said highest grossing DC
Dr.
movie.
Kulber next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we
You
may
wanna-
approach.
Sure.
Ms. Myers says, Your Honor, we call Dr. Kulber next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly. If we may approach, the court says, sure, so that they can have a sidebar. Ms. Myers. So, Your Honor, Your Honor, we went back and confirmed Kulber's notes were produced at Depp 18263 through 99. Mr. Rottenborn, notes or records? Those are emails. Ms. Myers, no. These are his notes. I can show you. I have it on my phone. Mr. Rottenborn, we asked them to send those to us. The court, sure. Ms. Myers, they're records from Ms. Vasquez, Cedar Sinai. He works for Cedar Sinai. Ms. Myers, he works for Cedar Sinai, and it says at the top, Dr. Kulber. Ms. Vasquez, in Los Angeles. Mr. Rottenborn, I'm not sure that any of us have seen these before, Your Honor. We just asked them to email them to us. Ms. Vasquez, they're bait stamped. The court, well, you can email them to him, and as soon as we take the morning recess, you can take a look at them. Ms. Brodoff, they still haven't identified them in the response, Your Honor. Ms. Myers, well, in Your Honor, in our supplemental response, we referred defendants to the medical records in this action, which contains the responsive information in one of those documents, Depp 1892, is identified here, and that identifies Dr. Kulber. The court, but you never identified him in your submission. Mr. Rottenborn, Your Honor, it's not hard to list names. Ms. Vasquez, none of the names are identified. Ms. Myers, yeah, we listed the Bates numbers that included the information. The court, so none of their names. Ms. Vasquez, none of the medical providers have been identified by name. The court, so none of the medical providers were put in there by name. Is that correct? Mr. Rottenborn, I can't speak to that, Your Honor. All I can speak to the court, so you didn't object to any, yeah, I mean, that's where she was getting at, because obviously. So you didn't object to any of the other medical providers, Mr. Rottenborn. I don't know. I didn't, Ms. Brough. Well, they didn't have any other medical providers testify here. The court, well, they, again, Ms. Myers, Dr. Kipper. Ms. Bredoff, no, they didn't identify Dr. Kipper, Your Honor. They identified him in the witness interrogatories. We had an opportunity to depose him. The court, well, as a witness, but I'm talking about that your objection is over the medical records and that they didn't identify him as a medical provider. Mr. Rottenborn, Your Honor, I can't speak to a lot of the other doctors have come in numerous ways. They've been on the radar screen for years. Here, there's Ms. Bredoff. We didn't identify them. Mr. Rottenborn, it's not hard to have an interrogatory response that lists a person by name. To just bury it and say, quote, you better review this and maybe you'll get a name from it, end quote, that's total sandbagging. It's gamesmanship. It's not appropriate. And especially to do it with 1 day's notice when, especially under 801, under 399, Your Honor, we would need to see the records to see what the court, well, I'm going to give you the records. Rule 801, I think, is covered if these are the medical records. That's covered. Female speaker. Yeah, the court. The question now is just if he was identified as a medical provider. Mr. Rottenborn, that's the paragraph, and it doesn't, Ms. Bredoff. It was January that was supplemented. January 2022. We already had Kipper. We already had Blostein. We already had everybody else, the court. But they don't identify those people here either. Ms. Bredoff, well, but they identified them in their witness interrogatory, so we had them anyway, Mr. Rottenborn. They hadn't given us those names. This is totally different, Ms. Bredoff. Anyway, I mean, we're not playing games, Your Honor. I mean, if they had identified them already as witness interrogatories, then we already knew that. But we didn't know about Kulber, and we didn't know that they were anticipating making him a rebuttal witness. Ms. Myers, Your Honor, I would just point out that the document that identifies Kulber is Depp 1892. That's a document that would have been produced very early on in the court. So these aren't the ones that identify him? Ms. Myers, no. We identify the Bates range, Depp 1628 through 1927, and within that is Depp 1892, which identifies Dr. Kulber. It's other medical record from Dr. Kulber. Mr. Rottenborn, I have no idea what that is, Your Honor, but it's not hard to put a name. Third time saying that. This is just, it's preposterous. I added that word. Female speaker, Your Honor, they did not object to Miss Broadhoft. If they'd put the name, we would have known that they were contemplating calling him Mr. Ruttenborn. We didn't know that there was a name. The court. Where's the, quote, plaintiff refers defendants to the medical records produced in this action that the plaintiff offered, end quote. Miss Vasquez, quote, from which, end quote. The court, quote, from which information responsive to this interrogatory may be obtained, specifically indiscernible, end quote. Would have liked to have known what that word was. Mr. Rottenborn, it's not hard to, oh my God, really, it's not hard to list the name of the doctor, fourth time. The court, I know, Mr. Rottenborn, it was coming up for the first time. The court, it appears they complied with it, the response. Miss Vasquez, they didn't object, Your Honor. Mr. Rottenborn, they didn't. We asked them to identify, well, you don't object to what you don't know. Miss Vasquez, from which part? Miss Myers, are you saying you didn't have these documents that we identified? Mr. Rottenborn, I'm going to keep my comments confined to the court. But they didn't identify the doctor. We have under 399's only covered if what he's going to testify to is in those medical records, and I need to see those. The court, all right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to allow him to testify if it's in those actual medical records within those medical records, okay? Mr. Rottenborn, we would ask those can Your Honor ask them if they're trial exhibits? Because again, and if they're not hearsay. The court, this is a rebuttal witness. Mr. Rottenborn, all right, are they here? Based on Your Honor's ruling about medical records, and if they're hearsay, he can't testify to what they say. Female speaker, he's testifying about his treatment. The court, he's testifying from his memory, I assume. This is just a discovery issue, and that's what I'm trying to address right now. None of these medical records are coming into evidence. Mr. Rottenborn, understood, but we need to see them. The court, right, I totally agree with you. Miss Myers, I'm sending them to you right now, the court, so send them, and we'll look at them and see if that does, because it seems like he's limited to what he's going to testify to is the type of cast it was. So, Mr. Rottenborn, can Your Honor ask them to confirm that? Miss Myers, well, we're going to ask about the state of his hand, but also the cast. Mr. Rottenborn, well, that's way different. The court, well, you need to. Miss Myers, that's rebuttal. The court, I know it's rebuttal, but now because it's medical records, I need to know exactly what you provided. Miss Myers, there's a list of notes that cover, it seems like, the full range of his treatment, and I just sent them to them. Miss Broadhoff, but he cannot testify to that under the rule. The court, what was the rebuttal part? Miss Myers, the rebuttal part is the state of Mr. Depp's hand in March 2015 when Miss Heard, and Miss Enriquez both testified that Mr. Depp was able to attack them and try to push them down the stairs at the stairs incident in March 2015. And that he was wearing a hard cast at the time. Dr. Kulber is just going to testify that his finger was in a pin. There was a skin graft and he had a soft cast on at the time, that he had recently performed surgery. Essentially, yes, that was what this hand state was at the time. Miss Broadhoff, that's expert testimony. The court, just that he performed surgery and he had a soft cast on, not a hard cast. Miss Vasquez, and a pin in it. Miss Myers, and a pin in it and a skin graft. Mr. Rottenborn, if there's going to be any testimony on what the cause of the finger injury was, because that would be an expert opinion. Miss Myers, I'm going to ask if he has an understanding, but the court, no, you're not. Miss Myers, okay, I will not. The court, not going to ask that. Mr. Rottenborn, I've asked the question twice, and they've now identified two more things that they want to go beyond the court's rulings. Can we get a complete, the court, I understand that the only thing they can talk about is the pin. They did the surgery, the pin, and the soft cast. That's, now I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, but what about skin graft? That's all I should hear, Miss Vasquez, and the skin graft, Your Honor, skin graft on the pin. Miss Myers, that was on the surgery. Mr. Rottenborn, that's new. Miss Vasquez, no, it's not new. It's like they're children, like siblings, like quarreling? Quarreling? Okay, right. I think I combined the two to get, what did I call it? Squabbling? I don't even remember what I just said. Oh my God. So quarreling and squabbling. I can't. Quarreling, squabbling. Okay. Children quarreling / squabbling, whatever it is. All right. That's new. Miss Vasquez, no, it's not new. Miss Myers, no, it's not new. It was reflected in Debbie Lloyd's notes as well. The court, please just address me. Miss Myers, I apologize. So this is just, there was a surgery performed and then the state of his hand on the date of the alleged incident. So what the state of his hand was after the surgery, after that surgery. And so that involves essentially what he did in the surgery and how the hand was after that. The court, we're not going to go into the whole surgery, Miss Myers. I'm not. I'm just going to say there was a surgery performed and then what was the state? You know, the court, what exactly is he going to testify to this? Miss Myers, essentially he's going to say, quote, I put a pin in it. There was a skin graft or a cadaver. So that can't possibly be correct. A cadaver over the top of the finger. Okay. There was a skin graft or cadaver. Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense, right? I guess if it's like, maybe that's another term. I don't know. Medical people, help me out here. Is that correct or is it another typo? Cadaver. I don't know. There's a skin graft or cadaver. I mean, a splint maybe is what I would be thinking. Over the top of the finger, and then it was wrapped in a soft cast and immobilized. Essentially, the court, and that's it. Ms. Myers, yes. The court, all right, well, we'll see if it's in the, Mr. Rottenborn, I'm going to be ready to jump up, and the court, and I'll jump up there with you, okay? Because that's what we're going to work with. Mr. Rottenborn, if we can have a chance to, the court, yeah, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess to give you a chance to look at that, Ms. Braddock. And just as long as we're up here, Your Honor, to save some time later, they have listed Dr. Curry as a rebuttal witness. I don't think she has anything that she can rebut. Wow. So the court, well, I mean, Ms. Vasquez, Dr. Hughes's testimony, Your Honor. She can rebut Dr. Hughes's. I can't even believe she's having to say that. The court, if they can rebut Dr. Hughes's testimony, that's their rebuttal. I mean, obviously, Ms. Braddock, she will have to be designated in order to do that. The court, no, she was an expert witness. How would she not have anything to rebut? So no, the answer is no. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Back to the court. I mean, wow.
This is a very long sidebar. Though it feels like a
ladies and
splitting
gentlemen,
hairs distinction, it's not.
Apologize again. We have a few things to take care of. We're just going to go ahead and take our morning recess
Oh,
now.
shit.
For 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not talk to anybody, okay?
That's a
We're
whatever
not doing the outside research. Sorry, it was the same thing.
whatever the issue is an issue. That's what?
Right. If the doctor testifies, then is that WebEx? Okay, so I'll get that set up too while we take the break as well. All right. All right, we'll go ahead and take a break. Let's make it 10:50 to give them time to look at everything, okay?
All right.
They're having an issue, it sounds like, with disclosures. Let's take a break to let them look at everything.
All right.
I'm hearing Judge A.
Okay, so they have a morning break here from 10:34 to 10:53. So 19 minutes. 19 minutes, yep. The bailiff, all rise. Please be seated and come to order. The court, all right. Yes, sir. Mr. Rottenborn, can I approach? The court, okay. Approach. Miss Myers. Here comes another sidebar. Mr. Rottenborn, I'm still skeptical that the medical records discuss what they're going to want, but I'll just take it question by question, and I'll object if I think it goes beyond what, Miss Myers. And Your Honor, may I just say, I thought, as you said, that the medical records were a discovery issue. I mean, we can call him to rebut testimony that is based off his memory of treating Mr. Depp, but it wouldn't necessarily be reflected in the medical records. Mr. Rottenborn, no, not under 399. The court, you testified, not testified, Miss Myers. I represented that the topics that he would be testifying to, yes. The court, that's what it is, Miss Myers, right. And I don't think it's a proper objection that the soft cast is not in the medical records or something like that. If we've produced his medical records and he's testifying as of the court, it comes in, you can cross-examine. Mr. Rottenborn, right. But the only thing that he can testify to is something, or as 399 says, observations, diagnoses, etc., etc. The court, he's not going to give any opinions, Mr. Rottenborn, correct, and anything he testifies to has to have been contemporaneously documented in the medical records under the statute. The court, well, you have to be provided, Mr. Rottenborn, all right, but as contemporaneously documented. So if he didn't document something in the medical records, he can't get up here now and say, quote, oh, and I also remember this and this and this and this, and that's not reflected in the medical records, end quote. The court, but you're saying the cast is in the medical records, or sorry, is in the records. Mr. Rottenborn, I'm saying there's a reference to a splint, but I'm going to, and I can cross-examine him on it. The court, you can cross-examine him on that, Mr. Rottenborn, understood. If they want him to say there's a soft cast, oh, I see, he's kind of saying the difference between the word splint and soft cast. I think that's what he's saying. They want him to say there's a soft cast. I'm not going to object to that, probably. I mean, depending on what the question is. But if it's beyond, if it's something that, based on a quick review of the medical records, is not in the medical records, he can't testify to any observations or diagnoses or treatments that aren't in there, Ms. Vasquez. The soft cast. Ms. Myers, Your Honor, I don't think that a medical professional is limited in their testimony or what they decided to document in the medical records. They have the medical records that were taken contemporaneously with the treatment, and we, some of what he testifies to may be reflected in those medical records, and some of them may be from his own recollection of treating Mr. Depp. The court, it just talks about, quote, shall be disclosed, end quote. Didn't talk about testifying. Mr. Rottenborn, but it says I'm trying to do my best here. If it's the court, communications between physicians and patients, and I understand that, except at the request or the consent of the patient, Mr. Rottenborn, right. But the court, then the practitioner will still need to come in and testify. That's the testify part. The part you're talking about just says that they shall be disclosed, Mr. Rottenborn, right. But it says, quote, as contemporaneously documented, end quote. That's the operative. The court, right. But that doesn't affect his testimony, though. Mr. Rottenborn understood. But if he's testifying to diagnoses that aren't in the medical records, he can't do that under the statute. I mean, I'm sitting here wondering, well, what does the statute say in regards to if it's a rebuttal witness? Because circumstances for discovery are different, right? Apparently. So the court, he can do that. He can do that because that's not testimony. Testimony is up here on A. B is just talking about what needs to be turned over. This is not talking about testimony, actually. Okay? Okay. Well, I guess that it's kind of what I was talking about. Mr. Rottenborn, okay, the court, but I mean, you can cross-examine on that clearly, okay? Mr. Rottenborn, okay, thank you, Ms. Myers. Thanks, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court.
It's really hard to plan for what happens during jury deliberation week because I don't want to be like going to get a massage and then having the jury come back. Like, fucking hell, that would suck. So.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Get it, Judge A.
Your Honor, I would just object that Dr. Kulber appears to have a stack of documents right in front of him.
All right. Sir, you can put your hand down, and any documents you have, if you could put them away and just testify from your memory. Okay,
It's
sir?
just a Post-it note, Rottenborn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just a
Any
Post-it.
question?
Good morning, Dr. Kulber.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
David Allen Kulber.
And what is your profession?
Surgery.
I'm a plastic and hand surgeon.
And how long have you been a plastic and hand
At
surgeon?
Cedars-Sinai, I'm guessing.
Been in practice for 26 years.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March of 2015.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery?
It was injured and he had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
Welcome back, Mr. Marks.
Moving the TV.
You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly remind the jury who you are?
I'm Richard Marks,
Not
and
the singer.
I'm a full-time entertainment transactional attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals. And I'm very much distinguished from the other side's expert who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
I'm better.
And are you familiar with the testimony of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes,
Have you been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Look
Well,
how
my
easy this,
opinions
look how
are
easy this
that
questioning is. Just
she's
questions.
very slick and smooth, but
She seems
not
lovely,
an
but she's
expert
wrong.
in deal making. Her assessment of damages is built on nothing, and it's wildly speculative.
Are you
Well,
familiar
we all said
with
that
Ms. Arnold's
yesterday, Richard
opinion
Marks, and we're not
that it's
experts.
customary for an actor to renegotiate the fee for a subsequent picture option in a multi-picture contract when a film is successful?
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase in their salary for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not, sir?
Why not?
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement. It's a multi-picture agreement. And it's the nightmare for people like me. The test is going to take place, let's say, for 10 actors the next morning at 9. And you have to fully negotiate a contract that might cover 4 movies and have it signed before they're allowed to test. so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract. There's no renegotiation. So you've got a contract for a multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and you negotiate the first movie. And normally, if they get the part, they're the chosen one. They're the stars born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies. In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If Warner Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option. But if they did cast her up front, that they had agreed to more than double her salary, like 2.25 times to get to the $1 million. These are large bumps, if you will. If an actor is on a series, say, they go and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%, not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons that they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
What's the significance of the test part in a test option agreement?
That's interesting.
The test significance is that
he's just
an
easier to listen
established
to.
actor usually wouldn't test. They'd be offered the role. Ms. Heard was in a group of actors that needed to be tested to see if the studio wanted to hire them. And then if they hired them, they would be locked up for potentially 4 movies at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she gets
this
to
dude's
$2
like
million.
the OG Hollywood deal maker. I'm just
4,
fascinated by him.
3, excuse me. You get to $4 million.
OG Hollywood deal
These
maker.
are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
They're
What's
letting
the
him
significance
talk
of the
and talk
timing
and
of the
talk
Waldman
because
statements
Heard's
to the
team does not
opportunities
have the
Ms. Arnold
time
claims Ms. Heard
to
lost?
cross-examine him. So let's see what he says.
The
about
argument,
Waldman
as I
statements.
understand it, is that
Time is an issue
Ms.
here.
Arnold says that Ms. Heard lost all these opportunities because of those losses were caused by Adam Waldman's statements 16 months later. So I think the timing.
Sure.
Oh, that's Needlehoff objecting. Oh, they're approaching.
Dashing through the court on a sidebar open sleigh. Mr. Needlehoff, Your Honor, may we approach the court? Sure. Sidebar, Mr. Needlehoff, I don't believe I've seen anywhere in the designation that he would comment on what the Waldman statements have to do with their renegotiation. The court, okay? Ms. Lick-Rose, I mean, I don't think he is responding to Ms. Arnold, and I'm going to discuss this with him, Mr. Needlehoff. And it's in the rebuttal report, the court, that's in the rebuttal report, so you can't go into the Waldman statements because it's not in the rebuttal report. Ms. Lick-Rose, okay, I think it's just, certainly that should say, I think it's just looking at that. I think it's just talking about the timing, the period of time after the Waldman statements and the impact on her analysis. Mr. Needlehoff, he can't go into that, the court. So I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Lick-Rose, okay, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court.
So let's just talk about what's happening. Depp's team has 15 hours and like 51 minutes. Heard's team had like 4 hours and 9 minutes. They are letting him talk and talk and talk because they're not going to be able to cross-examine him on all of it. They simply do not have time. But he is methodically picking apart what the expert said. 16 months is a huge period of time to say, if she had a Star is Born moment, why weren't the deals flooding in? Why weren't the movies flooding in? And they're allowed to keep relating back to all the testimony they heard in court. It's not hearsay.
What's your overall
It's
assessment
prior
of Ms.
testimony.
Arnold's opinions in this case?
They suck.
My overall assessment of her opinions is that they're not worth the paper they're not written on. She knows something about our business but not about negotiating deals. She may have gotten someone at the Endeavor office to breach confidentiality, but she never laid out the building blocks.
Excuse me, there's objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marks. Thank you. Beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the scope.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about
Okay.
Ms. Arnold's opinions, please?
My opinion, as someone who's made deals as a deal maker for almost 50 years, is that she calls herself an expert, but she's not. She doesn't have the background. She doesn't have the day-to-day knowledge. And her testimony that I heard did not back up her bottom line. If you want to get those figures, you have to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces.
She was constructing
It does
Jenga with no
not
foundation.
hold up under scrutiny by someone who makes deals.
It doesn't hold water. This is now the full battle of the experts, and it's going to be expert Thunderdome.
All right, your next witness.
Star-Lord. I think the jury is
Michael Spindler.
probably well aware.
You testified previously, correct, Mr. Spindler? All right, just a reminder that you're
Still
still
under
under
oath.
oath, okay, sir?
Yes.
They
Okay,
are
thank you.
moving quick. I like that Mr. Marks is just staying in the room. Spindler.
Yes, sir.
They're moving fast.
Good morning,
today,
Mr.
y'all.
Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Michael Spindler. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications.
My kid's interested
I'm,
in being a forensic accountant.
With B.
after this
Riley
case.
Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Hurd has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
What is it?
All right.
Sidebar time. Dun, dun, dun. Sidebar time. What is that? Is that Sesame Street? That's not Christmas themed. Oh dear. Okay, well, we'll correct it on the next one. The court. Yes, sir. Mr. Rottenborn, this is the court. This transcript is in. Mr. Rottenborn, this is Mr. Spindler's deposition transcript taken on. This is volume 2, March 25th. The court, all right. Mr. Rottenborn, I asked him these questions and he testified as follows. The court, all right. Quote, are you offering anything? You are not offering any opinion that would impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp of Ms. Hurd's career, end quote. All right. So it's not in his designation either. Is that correct, Mr. Dennison? I'm reading it, so thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay, sorry, we'll share. Mr. Rottenborn, and I have copies. He's essentially saying, quote, I'm just addressing what Ms. Arnold said, not rendering my own opinion on what the impact of the alleged defamation is, end quote. And so Mr. Dennison's questions just now was essentially that. Said, quote, have you developed an opinion on, end quote. Mr. Dennison, I'm asking him about Ms. Arnold. The court, yeah, he was asking about Ms. Arnold's opinion. Mr. Dennison, he wasn't going to testify about his opinion. The court, okay, if you want to rephrase the question, as to Ms. Arnold, Mr. Dennison, yeah. The court, okay, thank you. You may continue. Back to open court.
Something. Oh, we're done. We're done with that sidebar. I was hoping to get to one more question. Could Team Johnny Depp still call Stephen Crowley as a witness? Amber Heard perjury and her own drug use? I don't know if they will. It's
thanks,
not
Mr.
on their
Spindler.
list.
Now, you indicated that you would listen to Ms. Arnold and she testified on behalf of Ms.
This
Hurd.
is again going to
relative
damages
to
for the
economic
counterclaim.
damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's
What
that
is-
opinion?
It is not adequately supported and it is unreasonable.
Boom.
There were multiple elements to that analysis, both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Okay, well, First of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from.
Which was different than his
And
testimony.
she still, to some
That's
extent,
fair.
appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages, although it's still a little bit unclear to me, a little bit vague. But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
It's interesting that they're coming in with like,
With
this is what you
respect
saw
to the
yesterday.
Television series portion of her analysis.
Dennison, ask him to go through the 4
What
elements.
do you understand that methodology to be?
Okay.
I wanted the elements.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right. I wanted the 4 elements.
I'm dreaming of a short sidebar, just like the ones I used to know. All right, will it be short or not? Let us find out. Sidebar, Mr. Rottenborn. There's nothing in his report talking about how she's going to address different methodologies other than he just says they're unsupported, that Arnold's calculations are unsupported. Going through television versus movies, he's not an expert in that, and he's not an expert in causation. He's a forensic accountant, and there's nothing in his report on that. Mr. Dennison wants to point out something. Mr. Dennison, he's going to talk about her historical earnings and the fact that the notion that you can't just simply attribute $1 million to every movie role she gets, or I'm sorry, television series episode where she gets when her history is $200,000. It's directly within the court. Well, it goes to entertainment value, which Mr. Marks has already testified to. Mr. Dennison, right, but this is rebuttal testimony where she testified she was going to get $1 million. The court, right, I know, but I'm saying Mr. Marks went through that. This expert is not qualified to talk about the entertainment, Mr. Dennison, but he's going to talk about the $200,000, the court, in relating to movies. Mr. Dennison, in related to television series, the court, all right, I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr. Rottenborn, thank you. Mr. Dennison, just so I understand what the issue is, because I want to be candid with you, I intend, the court, it's not in his designation, and he's not an expert in the entertainment field. Mr. Dennison, I'm not going to ask him about entertainment issues. I'm simply going to ask him what she made. The court, what's the relevance of that? Mr. Dennison, because he uses historical earnings as his basis. The court, he's not going to. Mr. Dennison, he's just charted his historical earnings, which had multiple components, Mr. Rottenborn, which he just testified to the overall assorted earnings. He doesn't go anywhere into the components and what causes that. He doesn't explain those. Mr. Dennison, no, but she made a lengthy testimony as to what elements of earnings were provided, and so each of those elements build into these historical earnings. And we indicated in this rebuttal testimony, and he's going to rebut the testimony provided by the witness, Mr. Rottenborn. I gave him an opportunity in his deposition to be read Catherine Arnold's testimony. I said, quote, what do you have to say about it, end quote. After reading the transcript, he essentially said, quote, well, she doesn't identify specific things, end quote. He's already testified to that. We have no problem with that. I mean, he does say she doesn't identify specific opportunities, but to go through and talk about, quote, this is what she would have made from TV, end quote, that's the entertainment part that does not come in. Mr. Dennison, yeah, but he's not going to say, quote, this is what she would have made in TV, end quote. Mr. Rottenborn, well, I don't know what he's going to say. Mr. Dennison, you think he's going to say with respect to TV? Court, this is what she made? Mr. Dennison, this is what she made. Mr. Rottenborn, that's not in this report. He just got Ms. Heard's tax returns. That's all he's got these numbers from. There's no evidence in this report that he's Mr. Dennison. The witness can testify. The court, if he's not analyzing it in part of movies or TV, Mr. Dennison, right. The court, he's not going to analyze what she would have made or future earnings. Mr. Dennison, no, nothing like that. He's going to say historical earnings are best, I'm sure that's supposed to say best predictor or prediction, best predictor of future earnings. That's what he said throughout. The court, all right, I'll allow that. Mr. Rottenborn, that's fair. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Mr. Dennison, yeah. And back to open court.
Did you analyze what historical earning Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes, during 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a
Thank you,
television
Lottie.
series at $200,000 per episode.
All right.
You can do it.
What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right.
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
That always
Good
annoys
morning.
us the most.
I'm going to ask you a few questions that may
You have
refer
7
to
minutes.
statements in
Go.
Amber's counterclaim against Mr. Depp. When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can both be on the same page what I'm referring to when I say that?
That's fine. You can use your
I'm
terminology.
sorry, there's an objection, sir. Hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
Sidebar. Mr. Dennison. We did this yesterday as well with a witness with this Depp-Waldman statement label. There's no direct evidence in this case, and you just heard the argument. These are Mr. Waldman's statements. The court. I understand that's your theory of the case, but the jury instructions are not. They need to be Mr. Waldman's analysis, right? Not just Mr. Rottenborn. I'm just using it so I don't have to say, quote, do you understand that these statements that are the basis for Ms. Heard's counterclaim, end quote, it's just the terminology, Mr. Dennison. He knows what Mr. Waldman's statements are. He's doing that to drive home for the jury that somehow Waldman's statements are Depp's statements. The court, it's his theory, Mr. Dennison. Yeah, I know. The court, I know, Mr. Dennison. I understand. Back to open court.
Camille is a shining beacon of the legal profession. I hope she inspires many more like her. Her cross was amazing.
So,
and
Mr.
it's
Spindler,
nice to
when I
see a young
refer to the
attorney
Depp-Waldman
have
statements,
their
you understand
Star is
that you're
Born
referring to the
moment.
statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
You're correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Dennison, can we approach, Your Honor? Mr. Rottenborn, no further questions. Thank you. The court, all right, approach. For a sidebar. Mr. Dennison, we'll be doing the court. Okay, changed your mind. All right. Thank you, though, Jamie. Back to open court.
I mean, they just narrowed down what his testimony was for, but I don't know why they needed to. He was like, can we approach? No further questions. Great. We're back to redirect. Turn the mics back
All
on.
right. Thank you, Mr. Spindler. You can have a seat in the courtroom.
No
or you're
redirect.
Free to go. Thank you.
All right. No redirect. That was
All right,
fair.
Next witness.
Waldman, you got to be, not Waldman.
Plaintiff calls Doug Bania, Your Honor.
Dennison, you got to be faster on those
Can you spell
objections.
last name for me?
Bania.
Ooh, back to social media Q scores and things.
So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a big own goal introducing hashtag
Your
Amber
Honor, may I
Turd to this
approach?
jury. I can't imagine it.
Have yourselves a merry little sidebar. The court, okay. Any objection to the demonstrative? Mr. Needlehoff, what's this? Ms. LaGrose is a summary. He provided a very long chart that does the breakdown of all the tweets by month starting in January 2018. And so this is just a summary of that. Rather than going through it all month by month, it's derived from the same data. Mr. Needlehoff, then I guess I don't object. I can't know that for sure, but it's just going to be used as a demonstrative. Ms. LaGrose, yeah. The court, just a demonstrative, 1293. It's a demonstrative. Mr. Needlehoff, that's fine. Yeah, Ms. LaGrose, thank you, Your Honor. The court, do you have it? Ms. LaGrose, I'm sorry, we have it. We're going to put it on the screen. Back to the court.
Mr. Bania,
that
can you
was their
explain to the
choice.
jury what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, please.
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing.
Which chat was your
This is the
criticism of
summary
Schnell
data
that he didn't
their
have a
tweets
process
that
for
are running
this?
from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the four hashtags that I discussed. Whenever I get an assignment such as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral
We're
online,
going to relate it more
where
to
there's
the
economic
UK case than
damages
the Waldman
involved, and there's a lot
statements.
of data involved,
That's what's
I like
coming.
to take the data and I like to do a 30,000-foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements.
Yep.
So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published. That's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period. So really, these are just observations. And for me, there were red flags that I made note of. And then I just continued with my analysis.
How many red flags did you see?
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
You know, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, you know, the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic.
It's now time for lunch.
Now or push.
All right, it's going to be
push
a little while, I assume.
A little bit more, yes.
Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
And
okay?
lunch. Just let's go ahead and share the screen. Is it already prepared? Nope. We are professionals here. That's the WAP we talk about on this channel. We are professionals here. Sometimes we're ready. Sometimes we're one of those streamers.
Okay, so this is just after the lunch break. They have an hour and 3 minutes this time to snarf down their sandwich. Yesterday, in terms of trial days, day 21, they had 59 minutes to snarf down their sandwich. So they got 4 extra minutes. The bailiff, all rise. Please be seated and come to order. The court, all right. Would you like to have your witness take the stand? Thank you, sir. All right. Are we ready for the jury? Ms. Bredoff, a couple of things. The court, okay, sure. Sidebar. The court, yes. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, the attorneys for TMZ have told us they have filed a motion with this court shortly ago. Oh, that's right. I remember this. The court, okay. Ms. Bredoff, and want to have the opportunity to argue the motion to quash the testimony of, I think his name is Tremaine Morgan. Is she sure that it's not Tremaine, Laura, Amber, Morgan Heard? Ms. Vasquez, Morgan Tremaine. The court, what's their basis to do that, Ms. Bredoff? To protect their sources. So they asked us to tell the court that they had filed it and that we would like the opportunity to argue it. The court, not going to happen, okay? Wait, Ms. Bredoff, okay, we also, with respect to the other one, Morgan Knight. Is that his name? The court, yeah, Ms. Bredoff. Ms. Bredoff, the one that's testifying, I did want them to just represent what he's testifying to, the court. They said the trailer, the Hicksville trailer. Ms. Vasquez, correct. Ms. Bredoff, anything else? Ms. Vasquez, yes, he was there, present, he observed, the court. But this is all Hicksville related, correct? Ms. Vasquez, yes, yes. Ms. Bredoff, but he was there. Ms. Vasquez, he was there, present. He observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interacting with friends, the court. But it's all to do with Hicksville. Ms. Vasquez, it's all rebuttal related to Hicksville, court. Okay. Ms. Bredoff, all right, we're going to do the voir dire, Mr. Rottenborn. The one other thing we just wanted to get a sense. Sorry, Mr. Chu, sorry. Ms. Bredoff, it's the gummy bears. Oh my God, what? Y'all. Wow. Wow. It's the gummy bears. What the heck? I can't wait to put this with the video and see if we can see what's happening there. Mr. Rottenborn, I just wanted to get a sense of who else they plan to call today because I don't know how long they are planning on going with Mr. Bania, but I don't think the court, is Mr. Knight the next one? Ms. Vasquez, yes, the court. So after you finish here, we'll have to excuse the jury so that we can have a voir dire, Mr. Knight. Ms. Vasquez, okay, that's fine. Then we have 2 other depositions that we'd like to play, albeit they're a bit short. That's CHLA and Jennifer Howell, I think. Is that it? Mr. Chu, that's it. Ms. Vasquez, we may be finishing a bit earlier today. The court, do you have more witnesses tomorrow? Ms. Vasquez, yes, but they're scheduled to testify tomorrow. The court, just to let you know, if you finish early, I give you time all the way up to 5:30. Well, that's fair because she did the same thing the other day, or she said the same thing with Elaine. I don't think they ended up having extra time. I think they went to the end of the day, but yeah, that's fair though. I think that was day 21 also. Mr. Chu, we understand we'll take the penalty. The court, you'll take the penalty. Mr. Chu, yes. Ms. Bredoff, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court.
That's hilarious. Did you see Ben Chu like walking back to the bench? The judge was like, wait, come back. And it was, do jurors get to keep their notes? Generally not.
You need to approach for a moment? Okay.
I would. Didn't we just approach?
Oh. Okay, so the jury comes in and then they approach again, apparently. Do you need to approach for a moment? Okay. Time for another sidebar. Ms. Vasquez, I forgot a witness. Dr. Shaw is here and ready to testify today. Court, is that live? Ms. Vasquez, yes. Ms. Bredoff, we didn't know about that, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez, you were notified that he would be testifying today, potentially today, if we were running out of time. The court, all right. Ms. Vasquez, sorry, I just forgot off the top of my head. The court, all right, thank you. Back to open court.
Before lunch, we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell. Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms.
Arnold
Heard's
is
career
the
would have followed the same
damages
trajectory as
expert.
that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
Yes.
What's your understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for
This
her
is
opinion that
Arnold,
Ms.
the
Heard's career should have
damages
been similar
expert.
to that of those identified actors?
Ms. Arnold stated that when producers or her industry is looking to hire
And there could be.
talent and actors, that
LA.
it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important to look into social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies. So that was her approach.
I like this lawyer too.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
No. Although she stated that, she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind
alleged comparables. I like that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. Then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Mr. Bania, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Ms. Heard after Aquaman. And remember, Aquaman is December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waldman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q scores that you looked at?
So as you see here on the left are positive Q scores, and the higher the number, the better. As you can
Easy
see,
to understand.
Ms. Gadot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Ms. Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also
She doesn't
interesting is
compare to the
the
comparables.
average Q score for all actors
Interesting.
being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9 well
I
below
love an
that.
average.
And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores.
Oh dear.
So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8, but you can see Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much her positive score is very low, and her negative score is
Thank
very
you, Chelsea.
high.
That means the world to
Which
me.
tells me that she
It really
does
does.
not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
Oh my.
What opinions did you form based on that Q score analysis?
Yeah, this is an ego
My
crush.
opinions as it relates to these Q scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable
Choose not to
actors
sleep, he's
after
texting.
each of their breakout films, which
Or he's ordering plane tickets.
I disagree. First of all,
Sending
Q
dinner
scores
home.
doesn't work like that. Q scores are available twice a year, so it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of Q score.
Chat, what was Ben Chu Brying on his phone with his
actors.
credit card? I want to know.
So I feel that, what was
For funny.
important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q scores, you can get this perfect moment in time, as Miss Heard said, but as Miss Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Miss Heard's breakout moment. So these
So was
scores
born.
reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of the Q scores that you looked at?
I mean, if you really think about what Miss Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q scores could have been a bit lower because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release. Based on my social media and Q score analysis, Miss Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Miss Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Miss Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Miss Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging
It's
event.
like causation matters.
Not only do you have
Weird.
to prove that 100% of the damage is
weird.
because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time.
Somebody,
A lot
finally.
of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get
Thank
made.
you.
And when you do
We've been
an
asking for
analysis
days.
of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think a
I'm in
damages.
the chat.
is
I see you.
the
Finally.
appropriate approach in this case.
Finally.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right.
Boom. She didn't even take into account COVID. Boom. Done. Moving on. Somebody had to say it. We've all been thinking it for days.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bania.
COVID has entered the chat.
You're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
No, that's what we said.
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
Kelly, thank you.
No, if you looked at my
hug
analysis,
to
I
your
did
son.
pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence.
Wow,
And
they're
you ran
saying
all
that in
those
court again.
quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound. Overruled.
Here's the thing
Yeah,
about
so I
cross.
used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted misheard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay. You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
Well, actually, if I use Miss Arnold's suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film.
Oh,
so I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as it relates to when I use them.
Boom.
You'd agree
He
that
just
for the
used their
winter
own
of
witness
2020,
against
Mr.
them?
Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
I don't know if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure misheard.
Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't think that states the testimony, and I don't
know that.
Assumes facts, not in
the
evidence.
case.
They should have objected.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter, and they have confirmed his ban for life?
They didn't say
Objection, Your
why.
Honor. May we approach on this one?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on this one? The court. Okay, sure. Sidebar. Ms. Lickrose. Pretty far beyond the scope of what this expert has testified to, and also, Mr. Needlehoff, he's talking about Waldman and Twitter. Ms. Lickrose, he's not talking about Mr. Waldman's use of Twitter. Mr. Needlehoff, I can move on. The court. Okay, move on. Back to open court.
Why?
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's
And they were told to move on.
65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to misheard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection. If I might be heard.
All right, if you want to come forward.
The court. All right, do you want to come forward, please? For a sidebar. Ms. Lickrose, there's a specific reference to the UK ruling on this demonstrative. Mr. Needlehoff, it's in his report, or sorry, it's his report and he hasn't changed. It's the same information he said in his one. It doesn't say anything about the UK ruling, but then he put up a chart and has testified that the various searches, the court, this is a chart that you made me cut, right? Mr. Needlehoff, no. Ms. Lickrose, so this is responsive to Ms. Arnold's testimony, which is different because the damages period is different. So there is a legacy reference. He did scrub it from the demonstrative that he used today for that purpose. Mr. Needlehoff, Your Honor, he testified to 6 different times where he was saying it was not the court. Why don't you just put his chart in he used as a demonstrative? The only reason would be the patient isn't on there, Mr. Needlehoff. But one, the chart doesn't say anything about the UK judgment. The second would be the UK ruling. Mr. Needlehoff, it just says UK ruling. We've been talking about the UK ruling. Your Honor, he has talked about, in his opinion, today, he's been saying that none of these searches, that none of the tweets are related to the Waldman statements. The court, okay, Mr. Needlehoff. And then he said that the reason, the way he found that was by looking at articles, by doing a Google search. That's what he testified to. I don't care so much about his chart, but the articles that the court, I'm sorry, are you moving page 99 in or page, this is 99, Mr. Needlehoff. 99 references articles that he used to determine that the searches were not related. He claims that the searches were not related to the Waldman statements. The court, okay, Mr. Niederhoff. Then 76 are the articles with the titles that include, I mean, I will say that they include something about the court. I didn't know what you were trying to move in 76. I was just looking at the graph. The graph you're not caring about as much as this, Mr. Niederhoff. The graph I don't correct the court. Okay, we're off 99. We're just on 76. Any objection to 76, Ms. Lickros? I haven't confirmed at the moment. I wasn't aware that was part of it. That has the UK ruling, Mr. Niederhoff. Here's the thing, Your Honor. He has said, he testified that the way he determined that the tweets weren't related to the Waldman statements, the court. I understand your argument, sir, but you're trying to put things in with the UK judgment on it, of course. Just sneak-a-doodle it on in there. Just a little bit of finagling here and there. No, Mr. Niederhoff, I know, but why? But why? They could have amended their disclosures. They never gave us the court. I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on. Back to open court.
Yep, they're moving on. They're not getting into that. If they were, they would have put it up immediately. So the court was like, no, sir. No, sir. Yeah, he's pissed because he lost his request. Something's going on. There's no way they would be taking a break this early. What is happening? No, tell us, Rebecca. We want to know. Something is happening. I didn't see him stomp his foot. If they take a break, I'll rewind it and we'll look at it together. I don't know why they're taking a break. Something is up. I hope they are.
Right. So just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat.
Judge A, I want to be on the same page. Tell us what's happening.
All right. Just so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out?
We need to talk about you, sir. Please leave. So they're dealing with evidentiary issues. That's why they let the jury take the break earlier.
All right. All right. So we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There's a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness.
Something's going on.
The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'm going to allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider because the court does.
Okay, hey, I hope you guys can hear me. So I was just going to try to to orient a couple people, just easier than like typing it. So for those of you who are just joining, so where we're at now, this is day 22, and just to like orient ourselves in terms of the trial, where we are at right now, and I'm actually, I'll go ahead and like pull up this comment. This is also for you, Victor. So where we're at is basically we're on the rebuttal witnesses. So so you know, Amber's finished her case in chief. They actually rested earlier. I was going to say this morning in terms of the trial. Earlier this day, they already rested. So then Johnny's team puts on their rebuttal witnesses. So they've already, what you've missed so far is they've just done a number of rebuttal expert witnesses to rebut. Let's see, who did they put on? They were mostly doing that lady who said that Amber was like the next Zendaya or whatever. And they brought on the hand doctor. They brought on the Q scores guy. So they were rebutting all of that stuff. And so now though, this is the surprise witness. If y'all remember, this is Morgan Knight, who owned Hicksville. And this was a huge surprise. Oh, thank you, Victor. This was a huge surprise at this point in the trial because as I'm sure you all will see, like the only reason he got involved, it had to do basically with social media, which kind of comes up here. And they had no idea he existed. So, but he's able to rebut Amber's testimony. So that's pretty important because the other rebuttal witnesses, right, they're rebutting other experts. This dude is rebutting Amber's testimony. Like, so that's huge, I think. You don't often see that or have an opportunity for someone to be able to really do that. And then as far as Amber was on days, I believe it was like 17 and 18 maybe of the trial. So I think the preview, not last episode, but maybe the 2 episodes prior to that. But anyway, okay, hopefully that clarifies it for anyone who is confused. So again, we're on rebuttal witnesses, but Morganite is kind of a special type because A, he wasn't planned, and so he was a surprise, and B, he's not an expert, right? He's rebutting what Amber said happened at Hicksville. Okay, so back to the video. I'll get rid of myself here. Thanks for watching.
I will break this down in a minute.
Permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it. Also, if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the 3 factors I'm going to look at in making this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Now we can have Mr. Knight.
Okay. I'm going to try to talk really fast. Here's what it sounds like it's happening. Mr. Knight, the next witness that's coming up to testify, has something to do with the Hicksville trailer park incident. It is clear that this witness was not given or has seen things on social media. So they are going to voir dire this witness about what they might have seen about
Mr. Knight, if you
court.
come forward.
So the lawyers in the
Sworn.
court are going to get to ask this witness question to see if this witness is allowed to testify before the jury based on what they've seen on social media. If YouTube comes up, I'm going to fucking die. But this is going on with social media. This is a witness to Hicksville, but the court.
What we're doing is I'm just going to ask you a few questions outside the.
Is going to explain.
Then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions.
This is very
and I'm going to have you
interesting.
step back outside after that. Okay.
No problem.
All right. What's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right. How do you spell your last
Thanks,
name?
Judge A.
Night.
Okay. All right. And
So the judge will ask questions first.
Before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was the security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was
This isn't going to be a big deal.
but it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
Jury is out of the room.
And what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care. The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay. And when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Not Camille, but Carolyn.
Not Camille.
Okay. And
Camille's
then
famous.
have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it.
No, I think he might get
About
in.
Hicksville or not. So I've been
Since May
keeping
3rd.
off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Wow.
All right. And questions?
He might get in. This is a Depp rebuttal witness.
So, Mr. Knight, you were contacted by an attorney for Mr. Depp on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And
I
what?
think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said,
Not a
okay,
lady pronouncing
would you mind
shit wrong.
testifying? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, well then we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
You guys, this is so interesting. I can't believe this is happening.
Now, how is it that
This is happening because this trial
to your
was
best
televised.
knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she know
That's
that you knew
speculative.
something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email. And one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine
This
your phone
happened
number?
because this trial is televised.
Now, you
That's why this
also
witness is here.
communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So who was it that made a comment about something
the
that
fuck
happened
if I
at the
know?
fire
It's
pit?
Twitter.
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable.
This is
in
a
the context
witness
of all the different experiences I've had at the trailer palace.
who was a surprise.
So explain to me,
Because
please, what you mean
I'll
by
break it down at
you
a break.
did a trailer search.
he
So
said
if
a
you go to
search,
Twitter and
Ellie.
you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding
This is
that
so
subject
good.
come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay.
You
And
guys.
how many tweets did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer
the fuck
search?
is he supposed to
Probably
remember
like
that
5 or
Elaine?
6. I only replied to
Oh.
one of them.
Really?
Okay.
That's it?
And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber. And I replied that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
So your best recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right. You said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
On Twitter.
I
That's
said
the tweet we're
that's
talking about.
not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was.
Did you say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what I believe I said maybe something along the lines of from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
Wow.
And you said this to one of the tweets. Well,
Yes.
He tweeted it.
whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't remember.
Hey guys, I'll probably rewind it a second because I love this part with the umbrella man. I didn't mean to pause it at a bad spot. I just wanted to answer a couple questions. Can you all hear me? Okay, hopefully. Hi, Andrea. Happy to see you. I'm going to put your comment up here. I'm still trying to figure out how to get this layout to look like normal when I try to put myself on here to talk. Okay, so, oh, good. Excellent. Thank you, guys. Okay, so Victor, we have another question from Victor. Thank you for your question. So this is not Johnny's case in chief. This is Johnny's rebuttal. So Johnny's case in chief finished a while ago, and then Amber Heard did their case in chief, and now this is rebuttal. So how come it's not called a cross complaint since it's both defamation cases? So there's not a cross complaint because there's a counterclaim, but there's not a counter to the counterclaim, if that makes sense. I know it's like double negatives, but like a double negative, if that makes any sense. Oh, voir dire, good question, Victor. No, you got all the great questions. Thank you, Victor, for your questions. This is awesome. Wonderful. So the voir dire, no, this does not count against anyone's time here. And I believe Judge A mentions that at some point. Oh, Fender. So I'm just reading y'all's comments. This is awesome. So yeah, so this does not count to anyone's time. That's a really good question. In other instances, it might, like for example, when they're doing the expert witnesses, and then it's unnecessary. Like for example, this actually happened with both with Dr. Spiegel, and it also happens here later on in this actual episode with Dr. Marks. It happens where these are very obviously qualified experts and they don't need to be voir dired. And you can tell that both sides, and even Judge A is surprised when they're like, we want to approach, and then they're like, we want to voir dire. And it's like weird, in that case, they would count that against their time, but here they're not. And Victor, you actually missed, there were a number of lengthy sidebars already about this, starting with the very first one of the day, the morning housekeeping, which was like 20-30 minute long sidebar. They actually discussed all of this and planned ahead. And so that's another reason why it's not counting towards anyone's time, because this was sort of agreed upon that this was an unexpected situation and he is the surprise witness. And so they kind of made that plan ahead of time too. So that's another great question. Feel free to ask any more questions if y'all have. But I thank you guys for being here. Yeah. So, and also I'll just say as far as squirrels go, so like Nightbot is just really, I think he's really cute because he has like the little hands and the little ear tassels. And like, I guess, and to me, he's kind of developed this like little personality because I do think he's just so cute. So, so what I love is that Nightbot is like friends with the squirrels, like here. And, so like, as I always say, I'll go ahead and put this here, his little saying, should post here in a second. Sometimes Nightbot is having a little nap. Yes. Yeah. Live squirrels. Look at, so Nightbot's having a little nap right now. It looks like, wake up, Nightbot. There he is. Okay. This one I always like to post there because it's just so cute. Yeah, I know, who doesn't love squirrels, right? So yeah, and so it's funny because like I guess people kind of caught on before I said anything because of the squirrel in the intro, where I have that's the only, I can't draw to save my life, but that's the one thing that I draw is that squirrel. And I know it's not a good drawing, but that's my squirrel. But because that's in the intro, I guess people kind of caught on because before I even kind of said anything about squirrels or did anything with like Nightbot, people were already sort of like representing squirrels in the chat, which I think was really amazing too. So that maybe there's just some squirrel vibes going on as well. So, okay. Well, again, thank you guys for being here. And if y'all have more questions, feel free. And I will go ahead. I'm gonna rewind the video just a second because this part of his testimony with the umbrella dude is just so amazing. So we don't want to miss any of that. And I paused it right in the middle. So, okay, let me go ahead and get situated. Thank you for watching again.
Talking about
not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically, I'm paraphrasing. It was.
Did you say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
Wow.
And you said this to one of the tweets.
Yes.
He tweeted it.
Whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay. So tell me about the other 5.
No, Justice for
tweets
Tug,
seen when you
the
got your
umbrella
Twitter
man.
search?
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
Wow.
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said.
Is this real life?
That they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
He worked there.
And did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I haven't talked to them in years and
So-
still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the
Wow.
innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if
Wow.
we give you
Wow.
the telephone number to
Wow.
the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Wow.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it that, what is the communication you had with the innkeepers?
That communication,
That
Elaine,
even led
they
them
texted.
to understand that you believed you had knowledge about
This doesn't happen.
the Hicksville incident.
We're not here, but for
There
this
was no
being televised.
conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So
I want to go to
I'm trying to
Hicksville.
understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there
Okay.
with them.
My math, well.
It's because I remembered Johnny
2022
Depp coming to
right
where
now,
I
and that was-
fucking work.
What year? Oh, that was
2013.
2013. You're right. Okay.
I still
So,
remember Michael Keaton coming
How
into
is
where
it
I
that
worked.
out of the blue, they remembered 9 years
And
ago
that was-
that you
I don't
worked
know,
there that night and that you might have
16
some
years ago?
knowledge.
I mean, to be honest, like we do get celebrities sometimes.
Yeah, you
but
had the hype house there.
it
I saw it on the show.
was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week.
It's Johnny
So I'm
fucking
they
Depp,
remembered the
Elaine.
specifics of that night.
Had Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
No,
Had you
They
ever
didn't know he
attempted to
existed.
contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
no, I had no interest.
All right.
So
Have
many
you had
notes.
any conversations with Mr.
This is
Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since
Yes.
I met with Camille last night,
All right. And what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just
Tell
went
me what you
through,
remember.
the story again that I had told Geraldine.
Mm-hmm.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through
Yes.
the whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney
Yep.
work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
They don't know about this witness because this is rebuttal where shit gets
Go ahead,
real.
sir.
Yeah,
Please
sure.
continue.
They don't know. They don't have a witness statement. They don't have a
That
depo. They're flying
I
blind.
described like them getting to the trailer palace.
Elaine's trying to figure out what is happening.
Me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed,
Wow.
what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically the details that I
The jury's
I
not
had
there for
only,
this.
spent
Jury's on break.
total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events. during
Chat,
that
I'm
time.
loving celebrity sightings at work. Keep going. love it.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the
That's
grounds that it's
work
beyond
product.
the scope of the voir dire.
No,
That's just limited to the
whatever
three
she
criteria.
said.
Hey,
to him
Elaine.
was
May I
very-
please finish
Let him
stating my
finish,
objection?
Elaine.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire. Your Honor enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important.
It's
here
work
because
product,
we knew by this
Elaine.
time he was going to be a witness. So
Well, that was last night. So how
Right.
does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding?
It doesn't.
who's gonna
It
testify?
doesn't.
one of the three factors,
If this
you're
would-
on that approach so that the witness doesn't hear.
Okay, that's fine.
Holy shit! This is a day in court, people.
Ms. Bredhoff. Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't hear the court? Okay, that's fine. Sidebar, the court. I'm just determining these three factors, Ms. Bredhoff, and I understand that. But if Ms. Vasquez shared any of the information that any of the witnesses said, the court, you can ask if she shared any information about what other witnesses said. If you want to ask that question, I think that's fair. Ms. Vasquez, we don't have an objection to that, Your Honor. Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. The court, back to him, court.
But none of this counts against time. This is litigation. This is not witness questioning. The
Mr.
judge
Knight,
asked for voir
did
dire.
Ms. Vasquez provide you with any information?
So we'll see if he testifies.
That anyone had testified to or
That's a fair question.
said at any point?
Narrowly tailored.
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me
to tell the truth.
Just tell the truth and let me know,
Do you know what
you
any
always
of the
tell a witness,
witnesses
tell the
said
truth.
in this trial?
about, outside of what
My
I
heart's
described
racing.
earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Do you know?
I'm rooting for this guy to come in.
Witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me
to tell the truth.
Just tell the truth and let me know,
Do you know what
you
any
always
of the
tell a witness,
witnesses
tell the
said
truth.
in this trial?
About, outside of what
My
I
heart's
described
racing.
earlier with the, a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Do you know?
I'm rooting for this
whether
guy to
any
come
of the
in.
Witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
I love this dude.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Well, do you have any questions? All right. Sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, Depp's team's not asking any
Yes, you can leave your
questions.
water.
Okay.
Oh, the court. Sir, if you can have a seat outside the courtroom. The witness, sure, can I leave my water? The court, yes, you can leave your water. During this sidebar. Ms. Bredhoff. So first, Your Honor, it was 19 days between when they learned he may be a witness. Really, I just feel like we've just done this a trillion times today. The court, but they said they might not use him as a rebuttal witness. They don't have to provide you with witnesses that they think they might provide as rebuttal. That's not a rule. Ms. Bredhoff, Your Honor, if I may, according to Mr. Knight, there was no communications with Ms. Vasquez until last night. They supplemented him on Sunday, so they obviously knew he was going to be a witness. The court, on Sunday, they knew he was going to be a rebuttal witness. Ms. Bredhoff, right. But if they didn't talk to him until last night, if they didn't know he was going to be a rebuttal witness back when they talked to him on May 3rd, then the fact that they talked to him last night would have been after they already identified him. The court, right. They can identify him as a rebuttal witness and then speak with him before he testifies. I don't see what the issue is, Ms. Bredhoff. Then the second issue, Your Honor, is once he... Sounds like that first one wasn't an issue, but whatever. And the second issue, Your Honor, is once he learns that Hicksville has been raised here, he runs a trailer search and he can't remember any of the others, but this one, Your Honor, the court, it's indiscernible. I can see it. Ms. Bredhoff, I think it's very important because here we have the umbrella guy saying Johnny Depp will be accused of being jealous because a woman was sitting close to Amber Heard. Depp said that she had taken Happy something, and then Depp was accused of removing her hand and yelling at Amber. Then she responds back, that never happened. I was with them all night, and Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy, so he's commenting on this, and he knows what the testimony is. The court, again, on that day, it hadn't happened yet. It had not happened yet. It was April something, Ms. Vasquez, 21st. The court, it hadn't happened yet. So he's not commenting on testimony that happened in this trial. He's commenting on whatever that person posted. Ms. Bredhoff, Your Honor, I think this is manifestly unfair. like just ignoring what was just said. You know, this is manifestly unfair and prejudicial to us. Hicksville has been around for years here, years, I say. And the fact that they suddenly, out of the blue, want to call and talk to him, you know, in the middle of this trial makes no sense at all. We even had a court order that said they had to provide whatever receipts they have for the damage to Hicksville. They gave us nothing. Obviously, they would have had to investigate that. Well, hopefully they called Squirrely Investigations LLC, just saying. Miss Vasquez, we will hear why. Trust me, everyone will hear why. The court. If we can bring the focus back to these factors where we're at now. Miss Bredoff, all right, Your Honor. The court. So these are the factors. So do you have anything else to say about the factors? Miss Bredoff, so Your Honor, impropriety. The fact that they knew on May 3rd and didn't testify until, the fact that they knew on May 3rd and didn't identify until May 22nd, I thought, the court, it's the impropriety of the witness. Let's just focus on the witness. Miss Bredoff, then I think searching trailers to find out what's been said about Hicksville, I think that suggests he's trying to find out more information. The court, I'm sorry, Miss Bredoff. Miss Bredoff, no, it's okay. The second thing, Your Honor, wait, isn't this the third thing? Oh my God, counting is hard, I know. Your Honor, is the prejudice to us. If we had known on May 3rd, we could have said, Your Honor, you know, let us do a 30-minute deposition of him or something so we can at least prepare for this so we know something here. You know what Miss Vasquez has learned of substantial, Mr. Chu, no effect, I think, is the fair criteria. Miss Bredoff, so now we're going to have this person who's going to testify, you know, that he has knowledge, and we've had no opportunity for discovery or prepare or find another rebuttal witness beyond that. The court, that's what rebuttal witnesses are. Mr. Chu, Your Honor, there's no impropriety whatsoever. He is not subject to the rule on witnesses. There's clearly no prejudice to the defendant, and there's no effect on his testimony. He's going to say exactly what his recollection was. What they're objecting to is he's going to tell the truth, and the truth is inconsistent with what Miss Hurd has said. Bam! Sick burn by you, Mr. Chu. The court. Anything further? Ms. Bredoff, aye. The court, well, weighing the factors in this matter. Judy, can you hear me okay? Weighing the factors in this matter, I don't think the party intentionally wasn't subject to the rules, and as soon as he was contacted about possibly being a rebuttal witness, he did not watch anything. He hasn't learned anything substantive aspects of the case from any earlier testifying witnesses other than the security guard. He's testified, he heard something about the security guard, but other than that, nothing would shape his testimony to correspond with any earlier witness. And if there's any prejudicial value, the probative value outweighs the prejudice. Mr. Chu, thank you, Your Honor. The court, at this point, I'll allow him to testify. The witness will be very limited. Do you understand? Mr. Chu, yes, Your Honor. The court, all right. Back to open court. Rico.
Oh my goodness. The judge is like, no, Elaine. Look at the eyebrows. No, Elaine. That's not how this works. I think this witness comes in. I want this witness to come in. I think this witness comes in, but this is the Perry Mason moment. What's happening? What's happening?
All right. So based on weighing the factors, I'm going to allow
yes
to testify. If we could get Mr. Knight back in.
I'm a big fan of Justice Judge A.
If I knew you were going to do a sidebar, I wouldn't have made him leave.
Yeah, she could have just done it in open court. We would have loved it if it had just been in open court, Judge A. We wanted to hear the lawyers argue. Let's go. Let's go. So they must have flown him out there.
So if you could just stay there while we get the jury, okay?
On a wing and a prayer. The jury's coming back in. Let's go.
Okay.
And this is the problem this is the problem for Team Hurd. This shit can happen in rebuttal.
We're going to swear again in front of the jury. Okay.
And they do not. This is not helpful for their case and for apportioning the rest of their time. They do not have the fucking wiggle room. This is the problem for Team Hurd. This shit can happen in rebuttal.
We're going to swear him in again in front of the jury, okay?
And they do not have a lot of time left. This is not helpful for their case and for apportioning the rest of their time. They do not have the fucking wiggle room to
testify. If we could get Mr. Knight back in.
I'm a big fan of Justice Judge A.
If I knew you were going to do a sidebar, I wouldn't have made him leave.
Yeah, she could have just done it in open court. We would have loved it if it had just been an open court, Judge A. We wanted to.
Hi, everybody. I'm just popping in to say that I'm sure you all have seen from other people as well. YouTube has had a number of various issues going on with I'm sleep chatting. Yeah, maybe with live streams. I've already complained about the fact that my timestamps have all disappeared. I know there's been issues with polls, and there's been issues with live streams. So I'm just popping in to say hi, and I'm just trying to kind of go with the flow. And you know, it'll work great, and I'll have no problems. And then all of a sudden, it'll have a little problem. So I'm just trying to see if I can give it a second to fix itself or whatever it is that it does. Squirrels and technology, we aren't the best of friends, except for Nightbot. There's always an exception for Nightbot. So I just thought I would say hi and pause the video. And if I need to go back a little bit, maybe I'll do that. I mean, it's just, it's like YouTube just decides to be see you next Tuesday every now and again or something. Just to quote EDB with that. So, yeah, so I hope that let's see here. Abby, I hope you're doing well. Bobby, if you're sleep chatting, glad to see you. Yeah, I think people have not been doing the polls for that reason. Yeah, go with the flow, exactly. So that's one thing that, I guess that was sort of the benefit to all, just sort of while I'm talking about it. Like, I was doing like the live premieres, and I guess part of that was because, you upload the video ahead of time, right? So then you have the video and it's not going to have issues with the video or anything like that. But what I found was that, like, with doing the live stream, I love being able to put like comments and stuff on the screen and put like the counter on the screen, but also like, it's been fun to kind of go with the flow. And, we've had all kinds the lives have all been very different. There was like one live where at the end we ended up talking for like 2 hours about random stuff. And it was like in the middle of the night at some point. And then like there was like the last one, I think it was, I gave like a little musical background on what a tritone is, and that came in because of Elaine saying it's not a major opinion, and then that started like major opinion versus minor opinion, and then the music nerds were like, oh, major and minor, and then I was like tritone. And so anyway, so it's fun to have like the flexibility to kind of like to go with the flow. So basically all that to say that what I was doing was for each episode I was kind of doing like a live premiere, right? So that way it's like just to have the video, like here's the video, like as is. And then I was also doing a live version, and so that way, because some people would miss the live premiere, or some people just wanted to watch it again, and other people wanted to be able to have the interaction, like as we have here on these live streams. And what I found, and I'm just kind of explaining this because there were a couple people that were kind of confused, and it makes sense. I understand the confusion. They're like, wait, didn't we already have this one? And it makes sense. I understand the confusion. And so, and the reason is because it would be the same episode, right? So then I would kind of explain, well, it's because this is live, blah, blah. But then I thought, well, okay. And this is where I'm going to leave it up to y'all. If I could do a poll, I would do a poll. But I mentioned this in the Discord also, and I'll leave it up to whatever y'all think. So, I guess I thought, well, okay, if I don't want to confuse people, like, and I'm only going to do either a live premiere or a live stream, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just do the live stream, unless people feel very strongly about preferring a live premiere, and that's where the timestamps come in. So back, because that takes us full circle to the YouTube issue, because as a law tuber, right, I know that one benefit is like take EDB's videos, for example, some of the live streams or anybody, right, where there's a long live stream, you might be watching it over a period of time where you have to stop and start, and that's where the timestamps come in, and so it's like, I totally prefer the live versions of things. That's me personally. I prefer the live versions of things. I love all the stuff that can happen and all the stuff that goes on. I love the live stuff. But having, if it's going to be long, you know, it helps to have the timestamps. And so for those of us who are, you know, again, if you're driving or if you're having to stop and start, you know, and watch it intermittently, what have you. So, so for me, it's like, well, if the timestamps were working, it would be a no-brainer. I would be like, I probably wouldn't even do the live premieres. I'd be like, let's just live stream it. But anyway, again, back to my point, which is sort of like the idea of live premiere and live stream versus just one or the other. And if y'all have a feeling about that, feel free to put it in the chat. But my thought was for this one, this was the first time where I thought, well, I'll live stream it and not live premiere it. This would be the first time I've done that. So, so then for anyone who wants to, sorry, I'm just laughing at, I'll put this comment on the screen. So for those who, you know, who just want just the plain video, right, without any commentary, live commentary or whatever, you know, any type of thing like that, you know, hopefully they still would feel like they can watch the live and still enjoy the video. Yeah, okay, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, you find it confusing, right? Okay, either one is good, right? Okay, and the other thing too is that I think that what'll probably happen is, you know, I could see it being where people might enjoy later on, like, I don't know, at some point in the future, going back and rewatching these live, but that would be different. Like, you know what I mean? Like for, like, I don't know, I can't imagine, none of this was planned, right? But like, I don't know, in a year or whatever, right? You know, something, people might be like, let's go back and watch these again, right? You know, I could see that, and then they would be live, but that wouldn't be the same as new ones coming out and therefore making it confusing. Am I a lawyer? Great question. No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a violin teacher, actually. However, I've always been very interested in the law, and this is what I do for fun. I read legal documents and I learn about the law, and I watch stuff on the law, and I watch trials. So no, yeah, disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice like everybody says, right? But this is yeah, armchair, exactly, armchair lawyers, exactly. So yeah, I'm a violin teacher, but I'm very inquisitive, and I love learning, like, for fun. So I'll just go down a rabbit hole or a wormhole, whichever, you know, whatever floats your boat, whatever tickles your fancy, and I'll learn everything I can about a subject. So right, backseat lawyering, yeah. So and yeah, law nerd, exactly. And I will say this, you guys, while I'm here, that I have been, you know, I've been playing violin since I was 3, and I've been teaching violin forever. I have thought about switching gears and becoming a lawyer. And like, I would say maybe 2 or 3 different points in my life that has happened. Like, that has crossed my mind, where I've thought maybe I should just go to law school, because I do love the law so much. And I've been, like, when I was a little kid, my parents and like their friends, like, they called me like the littlest lawyer, because they said that like I could make, like, as a toddler, like, I could make a more salient argument, if you will, to like adults, to like prove where they missed something logically, like just using logic, like pointing something out, like a logical fallacy or whatever. And so they used to call me like the littlest lawyer, and be like, everyone be like, you should be a lawyer, you know, but they're all like, well, you're a violinist. So anyway, you know, I don't know. And brief segue, my dad actually also, both my parents were music teachers. My dad actually, when he was like 50, I think, he'd been teaching music at a college here in Greensboro forever. He had founded the jazz program. Anyway, he actually left and went to law school, which is really funny, right? So he went to UNC Chapel Hill, which is one of the best law schools in the state and pretty well renowned in the country even. He went to law school there, and he like passed the bar and everything. And then he was like, it's not for me. And anyway, I'm going to read what y'all are saying here. So, right. I know, right? Yeah. That's the thing. I'm reading. Yeah. So, I know. Yeah, and I always think to myself, like, if it were possible to just pass the bar and then you could work as a lawyer, like, totally, I'm not even joking, like, I would do that, because I do really well with standardized tests. And so, but I've looked into it, actually. For anyone who's wondering, I've looked into it. You do have to have a law degree. You can't just pass the bar, for anyone who's wondering, because that seems like maybe you could, right? Because some things are kind of like that. And so what you have to do, here's what you have to do. For anyone who's curious, I've looked into it. What you have to do is you have to take the LSAT. So so I have a master's degree. So it doesn't matter what you have. You can have no college degrees or you can have undergraduate and master's, right? There's no placing out like there is with other stuff. So if you're considering law school, regardless of what education you already have, you have to first take the LSAT. And then after you take the LSAT and pass the LSAT, then you can apply to law school, and you have to have a law degree, and the degree is a JD. And law school is its own animal. Like most are like 2 years, maybe 3 years, but it's not like you can place out of it from having taken other classes. Like, some things are like that. So you have to do law school. And then once you're almost finished with law school, you can start trying to take the bar exam and passing the bar. Passing up the bars for critters. So, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. And I'll just reiterate, none of this was planned. Like, my YouTube channel has been all music, violin or guitar and whatever, singing. Like, I'm a musician, but I really am so passionate about the law and like, true crime stuff, but mostly, all rooted in reality, which is where the law comes in. And as y'all know, so this was not planned. This all started, these videos with this trial started literally from, like it says in the intro, it started from that one comment that someone made on Emily's video and was like, hey, someone needs to put this with the side. And I was like, literally, I thought in my head, I was like, challenge accepted, like it says in the intro. Like that literally, I was like, challenge accepted. And then I was like, wait, what did I just accept to? But then once I accept a challenge, like I have to do it, even though no one was there and like no one would have known, right? No one, it's not like anybody was like, heard me, right, exactly, Victor. But I was like, in my head, I was like, well, I've already made that decision, so I have to do it. And I'm like, I have no idea. I don't do that. Like, I'm not, I don't even know how to make videos, right? But I'm going to do it. So I did, and then I made the first group of 4 where it was just combining her footage with the trial and her footage with the sidebars. And the comments I got were people loved it, but everyone was like, what about the rest of the sidebars? And I remember thinking, you've got to be kidding me. People were saying like, oh, you should do the whole trial. And I'm like, this is impossible. I'm like, what is happening? Like, what? I'm thinking to myself, that would be only an insane person would do that. And here I am, and it's almost, we've only got a couple days left. I mean, again, the last days are going to be probably their own video each because their sidebars are so lengthy. But I mean, yeah, like it actually took even less time than I probably would have thought. And every single sidebar, we've done every sidebar and the whole trial, like, yeah. And it's actually not that, once you get used to just like a process of doing it and putting things together in the video thing, and like, it works. So, yeah, I'm glad y'all have enjoyed it. And it's been really fun for me as well. I just wish that there were more sidebars available. And I'll throw that out there too. Like, that's the thing. These sidebars are like an anomaly because you can't find them. If y'all find sidebars, send them to me on Discord. If it's a trial that you want covered. And I love this idea of like doing the trial with the sidebars. I love this idea and I would keep doing this. The problem is I can't find any other sidebars. And I've checked on Pacer for some cases. Of course it would have to be, any trial that's still ongoing is not going to have them, obviously. But, from what I understand in criminal trials, it's very rare. But it seems like it's also rare in civil trials. So yeah, Maya sidebars, I hope so too. I don't know that they will though. I really don't. I 100% will do that entire trial with sidebars if those come out. Murdoch, same thing. I mean, like really anything, any trial, really. Like, it's not like I'm opposed to any trials. Like I just need the sidebars. But I will say that, yeah, I watched the whole Maya trial. I am, this is another thing. Like I'm a Murdoch scholar to the point where I feel like if I'm not either writing a book or doing something, I'm wasting some, I have more knowledge with that than it's like, it's silly if you're not putting it to use. I keep thinking to myself, like, yeah, the amount of details to which I've learned everything about that entire family and everything related to it. So if the sidebars came out for that, I feel like I could really give a lot of really informed information as well while covering it, because I've studied the crap out of it. Oh, I think I must have missed your comment about Sally Smith, Victor. Can you ask me again? Okay, I must have missed that. Yeah, I must have missed that. So I'm sorry. Right, okay. Yeah, Maya. Yeah, so I would totally cover that with the sidebars. That would be a really good one. So yeah, I don't know, but that's the thing is I just if y'all come across sidebars, like I said, just send them to me on the Discord or let me know. That's the thing. And so I just haven't been able to find any. And so that's such a bummer. And so I guess it's sort of like thinking of a backup plan. You know, I've talked a little bit on the other live, 2 lives ago, maybe, about a trial I would really love to cover. And I did a search for court documents. I don't think they've got anything public yet. Of course, that brings me to another squirrel tangent, which is like, of course, it varies in the country, right? Like Florida has the Sunshine Law, so that bodes well for Maya to a certain extent, because they have that law where like it's not everything, but I would say of things that will be made public, Florida has the most of anything because of that law. So yeah, Murdoch. Oh, the Burgos Alves. I didn't follow that whole. Okay, I didn't follow. Okay, I didn't watch that whole trial. Gavel. Let me say that much. I did follow it. I knew what was going on. I didn't gavel that because that went on at the same time as like I can't remember what else was going on. That was at the same time as other shit. Like yeah, with the Grizzlies. Yeah, I watched I watched like the verdict and sentencing, maybe, I think, with the Grizzlies at that time. But there was some other trial that was going on at the same time as that one, so I didn't watch it gavel. But yeah, Murdoch. Yeah, and I've got so many thoughts about the theories behind this stuff with Murdoch too. You guys, y'all like have no idea. Even when it comes down to the Miss Becky stuff, I've just studied the shit out of this. And do y'all know that meme? Can I put stuff on the screen? I know that there's a way to do it. Do I want to risk that? Maybe y'all will just know the meme I'm talking about, and I don't have to risk technology blowing up. The meme from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where the oh my God, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Charlie? Yeah, Charlie. And he's got the whiteboard, and he's like, oh my God, what is it? He's like being a detective, and he's like connecting the dots here. Oh my God, nobody's putting it in the chat. Let me see if I can find it, so I don't sound like an absolute crazy person. He's like a detective. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I found the picture. It's on my phone, so you guys can't see it. Can I put things on the screen? Oh my God, do I want to risk doing that? Let me see. Is there a way? Yes, thank you, Beth. That's it. The board with all the strings. Exactly. I'm looking at the picture on my phone, but you guys can't see that. I'm looking at it. Like, can't you see it? Like, no, you can't see it. Yeah, he's like a crazy person. He's got the board with all the strings. Exactly. That is me with Murdoch. That is me with Murdoch. Like, I feel like I'm so close. Like, I feel like I'm so close with some of this Murdoch stuff that it's hard to even explain, because I would have to go back, like, how many hours do you have, right? Like, to explain any of this. Yeah, Letitia, yeah, that was wild. Always Sunny. You guys, I'll just also, this is just another little tangent too. Speaking of Always Sunny, do y'all know the The Nightman Cometh, the musical? Y'all know that one. Damon, oh, okay, good night, Abby. And yeah, so Steve, okay, I will say Stephen Smith, I don't actually have any theories on that. That I don't have theories on, believe it or not. I don't, and I guess the reason I kind of don't include that because I don't think Murdoch was involved with that. It's really kind of pointing away from him, which is rare for things in the Low Country. So I don't have really thoughts on that, but everything else I have theories on. But yeah, so anyway, the old Sunny thing. So well, that's sort of a whole other side tangent. But I love that show also, whoever it was that said that. And yeah, Board with Strings is me with Murdoch. The musical, yeah. yeah. So okay, well, so I did a lot of I did like professional musical theater growing up and stuff. And so like every now and again I'll like think in musical theater songs. And so Surviving the Survivor, as you guys know, is like the best channel on the planet. If anyone doesn't watch them, please do. And I freaking love everybody there. And so it started like with how did it start? So it started with like I was always talking about Nightbot with his little hands, and somehow the idea got started. Oh, right. Then I started learning how to use Nightbot for my own channel, and here's what happened. I noticed that Nightbot had a thing where it said it could play songs. This is how it started. And so it said like it had a thing where it was like get Nightbot to play songs. And I was like, what? Like you can have Nightbot play a song? Like this is wild. I know. I've heard that there's someone's going to come up with a Murdoch musical, and I've had to keep that out of my head because I would have to move wherever that is, and I would have to because I know they're going to get stuff wrong. I'm like thinking, if they've got musical theater, they're not lawners. They haven't watched. I mean, it's like not only have I watched the whole trial like many times, but like anyway, yeah. But that's a whole other thing. So yeah, so I saw that Nightbot had a thing where it was like get him to play songs. And so I don't know any of you guys if y'all are part of Surviving Survivor, SDS Nation, but Spaced Coast, he does all their tech and he's awesome. And so I asked him, I was like, because he's a musician, I was like, did you know Nightbot can like play songs? And he was like, what? And so he started trying to fool around with it and see if he could get it to work. And it was really funny because it was a disaster. And it just sounded like underwater robot music, trying to get robot DJ Nightbot. So we named him DJ Nightbot. That's where that comes in. So we were trying to get him to play songs. We were calling him DJ Nightbot. And like, it was just like this sounded like disembodied robots underwater noise. And it was supposed to be music. And so we were like trying to get DJ Nightbot to work and it didn't really work. But then somehow it was during one of the episodes we were talking about DJ Nightbot's little hands. And then there's this other bot called 8-Ball. And okay, it was over time. What happened was it developed into this thing called DJ Nightbot the Musical, which was like my idea of like DJ Nightbot the Musical. You're so welcome. And it's about the whole plot is like 8-Ball, which is that other bot from like Stream Elements or Streamlabs, something like that. That bot is jealous of DJ Nightbot and like plots to like steal his little hands. And so the whole thing is like DJ Nightbot's been throwing like these underwater dance parties, DJ dance parties. And I'm just picturing it. And it's very much the same vibe as The Nightman Cometh. That's how that all ties in. It's like that, like, get your crayons, get your paper mache, that type of thing. And so you picture like the blue ribbons, right? This is what I'm imagining to be the underwater, right? So DJ Nightbot, and he's like doing his little DJ dance party under the water. And then 8-Ball comes in and he's jealous of DJ Nightbot. And so he's trying to steal his little hands and thus his DJ powers, right? And then eventually DJ Nightbot prevails in the end and gets his little hands back. Now there's also all these backstories. Okay, we've been working, me and for anyone who knows, I'm not T-Pain and Space Coast. We've been talking about this and like developing a backstory, and I could go way into this, but like I even started writing a song. What was it called? It was called the song was called DJ Nightbot's Little Hands. I actually started working on a song with my keyboard and started writing what I think would probably be one of the last songs in the musical, and it's when DJ Nightbot like gets his little hands back. And then I realized there could very easily be a sequel and even a third one to this. So yeah, and have y'all heard they're doing a musical for the Gwyneth Paltrow trial? That was another one I meant to look up because I feel like maybe if that would be a candidate for having Sidebars released, I'll need to make a note to look into that. Because it still begs the question, no one knows why these sidebars were released. We know that they agreed to release them after 2 years, but why? Because no one does that. So I don't know why they did. I would love to know why they did. Because if we knew why, then maybe we could figure out what, if any, other cases would have them released. Yeah, who would play Elaine? Man, I mean, she's really one of a kind. Right, I like that idea, Victor. Everyone dancing around Johnny as he sits in a spotlight drawing. Yeah. You guys, I could easily start making up these songs on the fly for this. So I don't know if this is the direction we want to go in. Sometimes I have to be like, okay, hang on, because like it's just so easy for me to, I mean, it'd be really easy to have like, especially like a quartet. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm picturing a quartet. So if you picture, and I say quartet when it comes to musicals, that would be 4 people, right? And so you would have, let's say you could have, you could have Elaine, you could have Camille, you could have like Dennison and Rottenborn, okay? And 2 men, 2 women, that works out perfectly. Soprano, mezzo soprano, tenor, bass, and Dennison I think would probably be the bass. Rottenborn would be the tenor. Elaine would be the mezzo soprano. Camille would be the soprano. Okay, we're already casting this. Perfect. And so they could have a quartet with the 4 of them singing, right? And then you could have them overlapping where you've got like objection, hearsay, and then you've got Elaine, like what if any, and like all these other, but you could layer that with like melody and harmony. Anyway, I'm picturing it and y'all are figuring out who played them. Well, okay, so if it's a musical, they have to be able to sing people, right? So we gotta, we want people who can sing. I guess Johnny Depp technically could play himself because he did do, Sweeney Todd. Yeah. He could play himself. I don't know if he'd want to do that. Vanessa Hudgens does look like Camille kind of, but I think we need, I don't know, does she sing? I don't really remember who she is. I don't know if Angelina Jolie can sing. You find the Gwyneth trial pretty boring. Yeah, I mean, I have my own feelings about how to cast this type of stuff, right? Because it's like, well, do you get actors who can't sing and try to teach them to sing, or do you get like singers and like teach them? For me, if it's a musical, I'm gonna always go with get the people who can sing. That's just my personal, and technically if you're a musical, that's what musical theater is, right? You should be able to do both. So find musical theater people for your musical. That makes sense, right? So, so it might be that the right people to cast for these roles, we may not know them, right? If it's a musical, right? So if there's no singing involved, it's different. Then yeah. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Have 5 or 6 people. Oh, right. Yes, that's right. What's that called? She's also in the, didn't she pop up in The Office? What was it? One of those shows. She also popped up. Anyway, yeah, you're talking about, what's that called? That show. I know what you're talking about. So I think they should be able to sing. That's my personal opinion. Okay. Like there's plenty of movies where they have people who, like, okay. Don't hate me, people. Okay. What's her name from, oh my God. The girl who played, oh my God, why am I blanking on everything when I try to think of it? In Sweeney Todd, the girl, oh my God, why can't I remember? That's true. Elaine, yeah. Them. I think you have a typo in there. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. That you got from opposing counsel. Yes, thank you, Helena. What's her? Bonham Carter. Thank you. Glee. Yes, thank you. That was the other one. You guys are keeping track of all the things I'm trying to remember. Thank you so much for helping out. Glee, check. That one's a check. Helena Bonham Carter, check. All right, we're doing great. We're doing good here. So yes. So her, okay, yes, she's fucking amazing. I love her. However, I hope you guys know where I'm going with this. Okay, now this is where people can have their own opinions, because some people might say, well, we don't care if they can really sing that well or not. Other people might not really know. Right, Tim Burton's wife. Yes. You know, and I think there's like some people it's passable, right? It could be like like good enough. I will just I will just say that it's unfortunate because I couldn't really make it all the way through very much of that because I couldn't get past the singing. And it wasn't Johnny Depp. It was I hate to say that. I really hate to say that. I really because I think she's freaking amazing. She's awesome. And that was a choice. That was a choice. Like this is what I'm talking. This is exactly the thing. That was a choice. The choice was to sacrifice someone who could maybe sing that part better. But that's a musical, right? That singing is a heavy part of the thing, right? And so they made a choice to sacrifice maybe the singing quality to have her be there as an actress. And that's valid, totally valid, totally valid. I know, right? Totally valid for them to do that. But however, for me, it made it to where I couldn't watch it all the way through. And, it's not like I'm like, oh, it's bad. It's not even like that. It's like, if it's out of tune, it's just hard to explain. But when you have a trained musical ear and you have like relative perfect pitch and like sometimes you can't, it was just hard. There wasn't enough breath support. Okay, I'll end it with that. I'm not going to keep going on about her singing, but that's what I'm saying. So you have to make a choice. So we have to make that decision. It's like, is it going to be that we find people that we are like, okay, with sacrificing the singing or not? And for me, and that's what I was to answer your question, Victor, is like, if it's a musical, it should be heavy on the singing, and there should be people that can sing. That's my personal opinion. So, right? Yes, exactly. That's so good. McSpanky pants. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and like there's plenty of people who do have that are known actors that also have a really solid foundation in musical theater as well. Like, of course, I can't think of any when I try to. I'm sure y'all will help me out, but like there's plenty of people where they actually have like a legit like career like on Broadway and stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Have any of y'all? I'm curious. What do you guys think? Since I'm wondering how much is just due to like me being a musician. Like, did any of y'all watch the Sweeney Todd with Johnny Depp and Helena? And did any of y'all feel like her singing didn't bother you? I'm genuinely curious to just figure out like how much of it is just me. But yeah, I think it's harder to find actors and train them to sing, right? It's easier to find people who can sing well and they can usually act, You're in the middle, Maisha. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Beth, on that. Fun show. Yeah, that's amazing. I bet he would love that idea. Love that. So yeah, you powered through it. Yeah. Okay, so Janae, was that, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Janae. I guess that's how I've been saying it in my head. I guess I haven't said it out loud. Now that I say it out loud, I'm like, is that correct? Let me know if I'm not saying that correctly. But is that because of the singing, or was it just because you just didn't like the plot, or what? Oh, good. Okay. I love that opening song though. And of course there's a wonderful Office reference there as well. I'm sure y'all know. Just thinking about the wine bottle dropping. I hope y'all have seen it because otherwise you're like, what the fuck is she talking about? This is insane. But with the wine bottle, oh my God. And then the phone going off. Oh God, it's so good. I'm glad I said your name correctly. Yeah, the actual, I'm still wondering, Janae, if you're referring to her singing in the movie or what, but the actual musical itself, like the real deal musical, is sick. That's a sick musical. And okay, you said it was both. Okay. Well, yeah, if it's done well, if you were to see the actual musical, I mean, I can't imagine you'd fall asleep. It's, if you see a good production, okay, the movie, right, gotcha. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So, like, I'm lucky enough that Elon University is nearby where I live, and they happen to have one of the best musical theater programs in the country. I did a lot of theater there as a kid when they needed kids, and so they do a great job, and they did Sweeney Todd a few years back. And like, just to give you an example, some of the people who I was in musicals with when they were in college and I was a kid, they're the leads right now for like Wicked and a bunch of other ones. Like they've all gone on to do all the things. They're all famous now. And I'm sure the same is true. So they did Sweeney Todd a few years back and I went and saw it and it was phenomenal. It was fucking phenomenal. It was so good. It was so good. Yeah. It's epic. It's so epic. The music is so good. Oh my God. Yeah. Makes me miss theater. But if any of you guys, I'm sure if any of y'all are familiar with the Secret Garden musical, not movie, because I think there is a movie. I don't really know much about the movie, but if y'all know the musical, I actually had that role when Elon did that. I was in middle school. I had that lead role, and that was really awesome and super fun. Wicked, yeah. That's awesome. So you probably saw, of course, whenever I'm doing this, I'm almost forgetting all the things I'm trying to think of, but the girl who had that lead was actually in The Secret Garden with me. And she was actually, what is her name? Now I'm gonna try to think of it. She had red hair, strawberry blonde hair. She didn't even have a lead in The Secret Garden. She was one of the kind of extras in that. And I remember when my mom told me she got the lead in Wicked, I was floored. But I think it's because she was maybe a freshman when she was in The Secret Garden and you had to be like an upperclassman to get one of the leads. But I'm looking at your comment, Maisha. So I can see what you're saying. Now I'm wondering, is there a Sweeney Todd movie that's not Johnny Depp? Is that what this is? Or is there two of them? Are there two of them? Sorry. Are there two Sweeney Todd movies, one with music and one without? Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I see. Okay, yes. Hold on. I'm thinking, Maisha. I'm thinking, putting my squirrel thinking cap on. I believe he was. Now that, right. He just looked so different. I'm trying to picture that. Yes, I believe so. He was, who was he? Like a detective or something? Let me see if I can look that up. You're right, though. He was. Love Harry Potter. Look it up. If y'all do a Google search for Sweeney Todd, the picture that is there under the cast, there's a picture for Johnny. It's an awesome picture of Johnny Depp. I was just going to say, he's got a scarf, sunglasses, a hat. He's got killer style in that picture. That's awesome. I don't know if his picture looks like that for anything or if it's just for this, and there's Helena Bonham Carter. So let's find the dude you're talking about, Mr. What's his face? Mr. What's his face? Alan Rickman. That's him. Judge Turpin. That's right. Okay, there you go, Maisha. Yeah. Oh, someone already typed it. Thank you. So I was looking at the phone and then there's the answer. Yes, Judge Turpin. That's right. Someone beat me to it. Did y'all look at Johnny's picture? It's very good. Miss Lovett and her meat pies. Meat pies. Yes. Oh, that's right. Sacha Baron Cohen was in it. What? I forgot about that, y'all. He's awesome. That's sick. I forgot he was in that. Yeah, that's right. He was really good in that, if I recall. I had to fast forward to get to that and skip past some of that singing from Homegirl. Yeah, Johnny looks awesome and everything. Yeah, so Abby, if you are still awake, I hope you're doing okay. I wanted to check on you again if you're here. With your medication and everything. Hope you're doing okay. And if you are asleep, I hope you're sleeping well. I don't know, Janae. I don't feel like anyone should be subjected to her singing. You know what would be a good idea, technology idea for someone who does stuff like that? Like if anyone wants a good invention, like here you go. Like here's an idea I just thought of. I wonder if anyone's done this. Okay. Well, here's the idea. A program that can mute specific people. So for example, right, let's say you're me or any of us, and you want to watch this Johnny Depp, the Sweeney Todd movie, right? But you cannot handle her singing. A program that automatically just mutes her singing, right? But nothing else. So it's like selective. It mutes her singing. Her talking is fine. Let her talk about the meat pies, whatever else. Let her talk, but no singing. But it selects that. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking or replaces it with good singing, but that wouldn't work. I would rather just mute her, right? And maybe put the text of the singing on the screen or something like that. Like an auto mute, like a selective mute thing. Like I wonder, right? I know. Yeah. So for anyone who has like, yeah, I know, right? But I can't, DJ Nightbot, you guys, if I told you all the ideas I have for that, you'd be like, nah, do that. Because like, oh man, I had so many cool ideas. So like, if y'all know that the bot 8Ball, so like then there's 8Ball is like owned by like, I think it's Stream Elements. And so, okay, so I was trying to think of like the origin stories of like, this actually I came up with, I think yesterday. Okay, so here's the origin story. So starts out, DJ Nightbot, before he's DJ Nightbot, he's just Nightbot, and he's a rapper. He does gangster rap, and right, that's a good point, Maisha. And so him and 8Ball, I'm picturing them as they're kids on the streets, right? You got Nightbot, you got 8Ball. They're like hanging out on the streets of I don't know, maybe LA or whatever, and they're like doing their thing, and they start like a rap duo. They're like best friends, like BFF. They're doing their rap duo. So then there's going to be some rap songs of them, and they'll be in the musical, of course, kind of like Hamilton style. And then what happens is, maybe they start drifting apart a little bit. And then Nightbot kind of starts to dabble in electronic music and starts trying his hands as a DJ with his cute little hands. That was not even planned. And then he starts dabbling in being a DJ. And the part I haven't figured out yet, I'll get there, but the part I haven't figured out yet is how he gets underwater, but I'll get there eventually as I keep thinking about it. But so he starts his hands tries his hand as a DJ and finds great success, right? With his little hands. He's doing his DJ dance parties, woohoo! And meanwhile, 8Ball feels left out, so he's jealous. And so this is where I had to really think about, so what's the deal with 8Ball, right? Like, what's the deal? So he's the villain, right? And so, but why is he evil? Like, was he born evil or did he become evil? And like, is it the type of thing where like 8Ball prevails in the end by getting his hands back, or does he have to kill 8Ball? And like, or is it that 8Ball comes around and is like, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like there's all these possibilities. And so, well, I think I came around to was like, well, what happened was there was one of the people who's an SDSer. I don't know if y'all know analytical Blarney AB, but she asked a question that was a very good question. She's like, well, what about Stream Elements? And that's when I was like, Stream Elements is the father. And I will have to tell you this. I've never seen Star Wars. Well, I've seen the first 5 minutes like thousands of times. I don't know why it puts me to sleep. Nothing puts me to sleep. I never fall asleep. In fact, I don't sleep very much at all. But that movie, I'm asleep by the time there's something happening. There's an animal that they're trying to get inside of the animal, fluffy animal in the first 5 minutes. I forget what the animal's called. By that point, I'm falling asleep. And I don't know if it's because it was started out as like a tactic because that made me so sad what they were doing to the poor animal. But that's just the case. And we're talking even in a room like, May the 4th be with you parties, right? Like with lots of people, loud room, standing room only situation. I would fall asleep standing against the wall. It's like gives me narcolepsy or something, right? Like it's crazy. So, right. The father. Yes. And so I was talking to I'm not T-Pain, and I was like, Stream Elements is the father. And then I was like, wait, doesn't this remind me of a plot? And again, I know like nothing about Star Wars. A tauntaun, that's it. Something's happening with that tauntaun. I'm out. It might be a coping mechanism because that for whatever it is that's happening at tauntaun, I found very traumatic the first time I saw that movie. I don't really know. I think he's getting cut open or something. I couldn't handle it. Still can't handle it. But yeah. So then I was talking to T-Pain and she was like, oh yeah, Star Wars. And it was like, and so then 8-Ball doesn't even know it, but Stream Elements is the father. And then I was like, holy shit, this is crazy because now this explains the whole thing, right? So it's like, and I don't know what it is in the real Star Wars, but it's this type of thing where it's like, well, he defeats 8-Ball, but 8-Ball's not the real problem. It's the father, right? So there's your sequel. And so you can hear it. Is there a scream? See, this makes sense because this must have been traumatizing enough to where I blocked that out of my memory. Yeah, cutting it open. So it sounds awful. Am I not? Because everybody watches Star Wars, but I thought no one else found that to be problematic. But you guys seem to have the same feeling that I do. Maybe we're just more empathetic than other people. Yeah, they had to go inside. All of that, right? But that for me is just still bothered. Like I can't cut it. Like I can't with that. I mean, I just can't. Horrible. So, if it screamed, yeah, God, just imagining that. Yeah, is just, he was already dead. Okay. Either way, it's still, yeah. Yeah, but so that would be the whole thing with this DJ Nightbot. So DJ Nightbot gets his little hands back, right? But so the underwater thing, and where that came in is because of the fact that when we were trying to see if we could get DJ Nightbot to work, and Space Coast was working on it, and he was trying to play music, and I've never probably laughed so hard in my life. We were laugh crying, but like it was like becoming injurious, like my face and my abs were like killing me because of the laugh crying that was happening listening to this. So that's the best way I can describe it, and to why it was why it became the theme, because Space Coast was like trying to play like actual music but all we were hearing, me and I'm not T-Pain were hearing, were these disembodied sounds that were it was the funniest fucking thing. And we were both and he couldn't hear what we were hearing. So he thought it was working. Oh my God. It was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever witnessed. And we were just dying laughing. And so it just sounded so crazy. I mean, I don't even know. And then Space Coast was like, when we tried to describe it to him, he was like, I bet I can reenact that using my music stuff that he has. Cause he actually does technology music. I'm calling it that because of the topics, but he does electronic music and stuff. So he's like, yeah, I bet I can actually make that happen. And so maybe DJ Nightbot does the underwater dance parties because he's trying to escape 8-Ball. Maybe 8-Ball's trying to threaten him, right? Because he's jealous. So 8-Ball's jealous because he left the rap duo. He's jealous of the little hands. And so maybe he starts threatening him. And then maybe DJ Nightbot is like, well, I need to try to get away from him. Maybe what he's thinking is 8-Ball would yes! He's thinking if we go underwater, okay, that's it. He has to waterproof himself. He's like, I have a plan. Here's how I'm going to escape 8-Ball. because I'm not a violent person. I have a big heart. I have a big heart and I have little ear tassels and I'm a nice person and not going to hurt him. He's nonviolent. And so he's like, I'm going to waterproof myself. So he gets like a waterproofing thing. He waterproofs himself out. And then he's like, I'm going to go underwater for my dance parties, because if 8-Ball tries to follow me under the water, he'll short circuit, right? Water and technology don't mix, guys. So, and he'll do like, his waterproofing will be clear. It'll be kind of like Harry Potter, like invisible, right? So it's not like 8-Ball will know that there's anything. So what will happen is he'll see DJ Nightbot going into under the water and be like, oh, it must have been a rumor. It must have been an old wives' tale. Look, he's just going right into the water, no problem. But he doesn't know. Bye, Victor. He doesn't know that DJ Nightbot has like waterproofed himself out, and then 8-Ball follows them in, and then like short circuits, and then like DJ Nightbot like gets his little hands back or something. Okay, so you've seen all the Star Wars. Okay, so yeah, the Cantina music is awesome. I do know. I do know all the music from Star Wars. I've played all the music from Star Wars, and I know some of the things. I know there's some cute animals that happen later on. The whatchamacallums, the what are they called? There's some cute animals later on that are fluffy, and then there's the Cantina song, doom 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 doom, something like that. Oh, Luke wanted to sleep with his sister? I'm sorry, I'm catching up on this. What the heck? What? Incest? Ewoks. Yes, they're the cute ones. Wow. I didn't know that there was incest involved in Star Wars. That's interesting. Okay, this was a very fun trip down all kinds of lanes. So, yes. Okay, maybe now is a good time to see if YouTube is going to work better for us now. And we will get back to the video. Woohoo!
Hear the lawyers argue. Let's go. Let's go. So they must have flown him out there.
So you could just stay there while we get the jury, okay?
On a wing and a prayer. The jury's coming back in. Let's go.
Okay.
And this is the problem this is the problem for Team Heard. This shit can happen in rebuttal.
Just we're going to swear him in again in front of the jury, okay?
And they do not have a lot of time left. This is not helpful for their case and for apportioning the rest of their time. They do not have the fucking wiggle room to deal with this. You guys, I'm just so shook that we're getting a mic drop
Thank you,
moment.
ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the interruption. You're going to notice as we get closer to the end of the testimony, you're probably going to have some more interruptions, and I apologize for that. But there's just some matters we have to take up outside your presence, okay? All right, thank you. Wow. All right, your next witness. All right. Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Oh, and it's a Camille witness. I feel like that's a double bonus. Also, we binged. Thank you.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on penalty of law.
Sir, if you can have a seat.
This poor guy must be so nervous. He seemed really mellow on voir dire, though.
Good afternoon, Mr. Knight.
Good afternoon, Camille.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Higby Knight.
He's all of us. Camille's
Mr. Knight,
great.
Where are you from?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
And what do you do for a living?
So I currently own and run Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Did he say bed?
So Hicksville
bud?
Pines Bud and Breakfast
Bud and
is
Breakfast?
Up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful like snow town above Palm Springs. And
Idlewild is lovely.
all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area.
It sounds cute.
rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner of the Trailer Palace?
Trailer Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
Relate.
And just for my
Relate
sake,
100.
how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
Relate.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So it started out as a artist retreat. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there's an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all these musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create their
I want his life story
whatever
too.
they were working on.
Camille, ask his life story.
Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn. And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no
This makes so much sense.
USPS. So sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out as well. I would also just do constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
We're a big fan of you right now.
And when you were the live-in manager,
fan.
does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s.
There's the Viper Room. I think that's the first time that's come up.
People that performed there and was good friends with Squirrel Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in this band, The Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
Depp's fascinated by this dude's life story.
Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met?
I didn't have
Mr. Depp
Pussycat
and
Dolls
Mr.
on my bingo
together?
card for today, nor Viper Room.
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
What do you
I need to
recall,
do
if
that.
anything,
I'm gonna
about
need to do
Mr.
that.
Depp
I'm gonna
and
need to
Ms.
do
Rose'
that.
arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got
thank
lost. So his security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
I like Camille's question
At
so much.
Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary, just had a lot of questions, and
I bet he enjoyed it.
Just seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet.
If he calls her a spoiled teenage child, I'm going to lose my shit.
Didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
There's people that are arriving throughout the afternoon. So
I thought he said bud and breakfast. Thank you. Bud
I think
and
10 to 12
breakfast.
people total ended up staying.
I love that.
The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but
Really?
I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
He's like, I don't know.
What happened when Mr.
They weren't
Depp and Miss
famous.
Heard first came onto the property?
So I gave them a tour of, we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds, and show them around the, when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff. And
I'm going to
some
go back
people in
and
the group
watch
were just putting their beverages in that
the
area.
Hype House show
And
when they
where
went
were
to
you
Hicksville.
when Mr. Depp and Miss
Because
Heard?
now I need to see it again.
Did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went to the bar trailer?
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area. So they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was super, just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire.
Oh my God, I love
In the early evening.
Were there s'mores?
There's another instance where Mr. Depp, the innkeeper, her name is Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Miss Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about Miss Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally she...
I wonder if the jury picked up.
It's hard. Like I think... I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
Oh boy.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard that evening? Oh boy. Generally.
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes. I saw him hanging out with his security guard
at
one point,
fucking
and outside of the time that him and Jenna were sitting around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Miss Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
That seems about right.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Miss Heard that evening?
Yeah, she was. Seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire, and yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Miss Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
A disagreement.
Yes.
An argument.
I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and
The lyrics of
Ms.
OPP
Hurd,
just flashed
came
in my head.
over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
Oh no, Amber Heard triggered him.
You're up. May we approach?
Okay, sure.
Oh no, Amber Heard triggered him. Let the man speak.
Oh, Morgan Knight, the topic of the sidebar. Okay, here we go. Ms. Burdock. So he's testified that she was yelling, and he said he wanted to go away because he's been in an abusive relationship before. Your Honor, that's not appropriate for the jury. It's non-responsive to the question. It's prejudicial, and it's hearsay. Ms. Vasquez, why is it hearsay? Great question. The court, it's not hearsay, Ms. Burdock, but it's non-responsive to the statement. The court, non-responsive. I'll sustain as non-responsive. Ms. Vasquez, okay, back to open court.
Can you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yeah, he was triggered.
Yes,
He was triggered.
So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him, and she was yelling at him. And I personally had been in
Objection. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury
What you saw.
what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and
Wow.
it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't want to.
Objection. To what he did.
All right, I'll sustain it.
I went back in the house. He said I went back in the house.
So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to to your house on site?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction. It's
the
not
reaction.
the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear.
Elaine,
Just what
he's
type
gonna
of
say it again.
physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
That's fair.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Elaine absolutely has
Anything
the mic
about
working.
Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Ms. Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Wow, there it is.
Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Of his own.
Did you observe anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone? that
Objection,
evening?
leading. Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
No.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
There we go.
The next morning, we have
What
to
if
check out
anything
at
happened
noon
next?
at the time before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
No, it goes to state of mind and it goes to what he did next.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor.
It's not.
May we approach on this
Okay,
topic?
sure.
Thank you.
Sidebar, Ms. Vasquez, he needs to be able to testify that he was called or summoned to the trailer to observe the damage. The court, okay? Ms. Vasquez, so he's just going to say that his innkeeper informed him that there was damage. He needed to go assess it. That's it. Not being offered for the truth. Ms. Bredoff, it is offered for the truth. The court, don't you want to hear about damage? Ms. Vasquez, don't you want that? Ms. Bredoff, yes. The court, well, then let him talk about the damage. Let him tell them about the damage, rather. Ms. Bredoff, I'll withdraw. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Back to him, court.
It's just going to the fact that there's a reason he went to the trailer. He's going to talk about what he observed, but you have to figure out why he went to the trailer. And this is a reaction in real time because they haven't done a deposition on
What,
this
if anything,
witness.
happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style. And so I was
worried,
very concerned.
Yeah.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, and except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right,
light.
foundation. I'll sustain as to foundation. How he knew.
That was what she was.
Did you ask
doing.
how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
Spontaneously.
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers. And I would say as much as every couple weeks, there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection,
Sustained
hearsay.
objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looks fine. In fact, we have
And that's
something we
Depp's
call a
testimony.
piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee, but they did not receive one of those because everything outside of light fixture looks fine.
A piggy fee.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. I just there was already another light in the room. So I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there. And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
Wow. $62 in damage for the trailer that was devastated
While you were on
and
site,
destroyed.
Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection leading.
No. That's fine.
I'm sorry, that answer was
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Nothing
Thank you, Your
further.
Honor.
Oh boy. Elaine, the jury
Mr.
likes
Knight,
this witness.
you
Don't wreck
are
yourself.
a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
I didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney and I wanted to, they asked me and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera.
I'll be
that it's
happy to
being
come tell the truth.
broadcast to a lot of people, and you
Elaine?
saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded
Compound.
to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Objection! What the fuck just happened?
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters
What
out
is
there.
I have
happening?
no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do
Look at
follow
Depp. Depp, don't stare down.
a Twitter called Johnny Depp fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your
No.
testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right.
I'll be happy to
And
come
on
tell the truth.
April 21st,
Oh,
Mr.
Elaine.
Depp testified in this
Come on,
case about
Elaine.
Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy."
There's no
Yes,
the
I-
umbrella guy Twitter.
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can you
Well,
bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
What did she call? What did she say Tug was? The umbrella guy is Depp's Twitter? What?
And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to redact, leave in the umbrella guy. And the
This is a
date.
mess. This is kind of a delicious mess,
And
though.
the
I'm not mad at
rating
this mess.
still.
No piggy feet on
Yeah,
this
I'm
mess.
saying
But she's not reading the room because the jury likes this guy. And you heard the laughter, and the judge did not deal with the laughter. The judge didn't even talk about them. Oh, don't feel bad for Tug. This is great advertisement for Tug's channel. I think this is brilliant. But what leading pro Depp Twitter guy? Okay, that's what she
Well,
said.
she's working on that.
I'm shocked. But this
Did
guy's
you
like, I
write
said
and
I'd be happy to
direct a
come and
piece called
tell the
Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
what?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
Umbrella Guy. Okay. Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that umbrella guy on 4/21.
Oh, now we've gotten to that
22,
umbrella
correct?
guy.
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, that never happened. I was with them all night.
That's the same
Amber was
Twitter.
the one acting all jealous and crazy. Do you see that?
Why would she bring that in?
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1903.
This isn't going to help.
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that umbrella guy's tweet should be
redacted,
unredacted.
Oh,
for context.
Unredacted for context.
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay and in context.
Your
It's
Honor,
rank hearsay. It's context. Today has gotten so fucking spicy.
Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, the court approach. Get over here now. Sidebar. Ms. Vasquez, there's more to, I mean, she can't argue hearsay for part of the tweet and not the other part of the tweet. The court, you should give all of it, Ms. Vasquez, or none of it. The court. The objection to hearsay in bringing the Hicksville incident, or if you want to bring all of it in, that's fine, Ms. Bredoft. Then let's take out the bringing in the Hicksville. The court, that's part of the response, Ms. Bredoft. I need the umbrella guy in and Mr. Depp's picture. All of that can come in, right? The court, well, the picture can come in, Ms. Bredoft. And that umbrella guy? Ms. Vasquez, I have no objection to that umbrella guy, Ms. Bredoft. So just taking out, bringing in the Hicksville, Ms. Vasquez, yeah, thank you, the court. Right, back to the court.
Thanks.
So you reached out to the umbrella guy in this text.
He replied to a tweet, Elaine.
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
It's not how Twitter works, Elaine.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
It talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his sleep?
Honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh,
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection relevance.
Yeah.
You guys, I knew I was gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to play that part again. It's just, I have to just say, and I have no idea if I can talk while the video is going. I guess ostensibly that's what you do on these things. I haven't tried yet. I'm, low tech scrolling over here, but that's why I paused it. But like, oh my God, and his face. And I remember when I watched this during the trial, and I was just like, how is the courtroom not exploding? How are they not? Like, the way he says it, and he says it like he's concerned, like he's legitimately concerned for whoever it is that has schizophrenia. Oh my God, I'm dying. I have to play it again. Okay, hang on, let's do this.
Asked you about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh,
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon.
Umbrella guy, Ms. Bredoft. So just taking out, bringing in the Hicksville, Ms. Vasquez. Yeah, thank you, the court. Right, back to the court.
Thanks.
So you reached out to the umbrella guy in this text.
He replied to a tweet, Elaine.
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
It's not how Twitter works, Elaine.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
It talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his sleep?
Honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in. Okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon.
Umbrella guy, Ms. Bredoft. So just taking out, bringing in the Hicksville, Ms. Vasquez. Yeah, thank you, the court. Right, back to the court.
Thanks.
So you reached out to the umbrella guy in this text.
He replied to a tweet, Elaine.
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
It's not how Twitter works, Elaine.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
It talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his sleep?
Honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh,
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well,
relevance.
yeah. Who gives a fuck?
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled. Thank you.
So that was the context of that is that he had.
I didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Mr. Adam Waldman, do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
It talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his
I
sleep?
honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh,
I did.
Text the
he replied to a tweet,
I
Elaine.
wouldn't call it reaching out.
It's not how Twitter works, Elaine.
And in fact, the umbrella guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the umbrella guy.
It talks to the umbrella guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
Like in his
I
sleep?
honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
Oh,
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well,
relevance.
yeah. Who gives a fuck?
I don't know Elon Musk.
Overruled. Thank you.
So that was the context of that is that he
I
had.
didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something
He's so great.
that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
What did he call Elon Musk? A fucking
Now,
capitalist?
Let's talk about your
What did he call him?
recollections
Oh,
here.
redirect is going to be amazing.
45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old
An
one.
old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right.
I'm dying.
your
I'm dying. I'm dying.
recollection
I,
is this was
Justine.
May of
I'm dying. I
2013?
can't breathe. Like I'm
Yes.
dying.
Okay. Do you recall
It's good to
when?
see you, lady.
Late May.
Twitter
Okay.
has entered the chat.
Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that
I'm absolutely
correct?
fucking dying.
After mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't
Interesting.
recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were
We'll have to bring it up.
female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like, for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay.
This is the
So you
acceptable
don't
combination with
recall
popcorn.
seeing
This is my
how
favorite,
much
milk duds and
anybody
popcorn.
had
It is
to
my
drink
favorite
that
combo.
night, correct?
I did not witness that.
And do you
My favorite.
recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
He was working, Elaine.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off
Fair.
towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer,
Yes.
approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did
That's so
Ms. Heard
salacious.
pull Mr. Depp
Sarcasm.
and yell at him and he cowered?
20
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. heard pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I
You
went
can't make
inside
up
the
trial.
house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
You
I do
cannot make
not.
up trial.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrist?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay.
He's like, I saw what I
is it your
saw.
testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
Oh, Elaine, you get what you
Went
get and you don't get upset, girl. He
last
saw what
to
he
their
saw,
trailer,
and
everybody
that's all he
else went
saw.
before them?
The rest of the people, I think
Mm-mm.
about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went, it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that
Oh,
went
Elaine.
right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay, now, how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
What is
Mr.
happening?
Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
Yep.
I got a text from one of our old employees who I didn't talk to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
No, don't say the context of the text. He got a text.
Don't tell us what the text said. Just how did you
Okay.
get involved?
I got a text from, I got a,
That's still hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection.
It's not.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked.
Twitter is now
I
part of the
Objection, hearsay?
apologize.
What did you,
I got a
what did
text,
you receive a text? Okay.
yes,
From whom?
and from a former employee.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Okay.
It's okay.
I don't have an objection right now.
I could do that too, Elaine. We got it. You're on edge, girl.
Next question.
Calm
And
down.
how do you feel about participating in this trial?
She's very
Objection,
stressed.
relevance?
You asked, Elaine.
It's extremely relevant considering that they have accused him of being.
Overruled.
Yep.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to
Tell the
tell
truth.
what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right. So you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness.
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay.
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
A lot of live witnesses this afternoon, man. I can't wait to take a look at the social medias after this. I don't know this attorney's name. Nice to see a new face. That was wild. That was wild. And they're going to go tell their witness he can go when his flight is. Wow. 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 I think we get Dr. Curry tomorrow. Yeah, of course, Camille forgot her mic after that. What a whirlwind.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Oh, do you know what the Goldwater rule
Dr. Shaw,
is?
what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adults and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
You're asking him to math?
What percentage of your practice involves treating?
Hey guys, so Kitsmith, so we've been here for a while. I think I was saying in the chat, but I was gonna pause it anyway around this part, and I wanted to ask you all a question. So this fellow, Dr. Shaw, he is here. He's so lovely, and he's here for one reason only, and he's to rebut Dr. Spiegel. And I hope all of y'all are familiar with Dr. Spiegel. I'm sure probably McSpunky, aka McSpanky Pants, you might be the only one. I don't know if you saw the McSpiegel or McSpiegel. Oh my God, just saw Dr. Spiegel, disaster. But he's here to rebut Dr. Spiegel. So I had an idea when he gets to the part where they finally ask him about the Goldwater rule. After we watch that part, I have it ready. I have the other video where yeah, and also Kitsmith, I'll just go ahead and say, you missed my whole spiel about the freaking timestamps because YouTube's been fucking up with a lot of things. So to that end, I'm also just going to let you know that for whatever reason, the timestamps have disappeared from all of my videos, including ones from years ago. So okay, yeah. So we'll play that. We'll play that. Okay. So McAwesome. So yeah, so I will put the timestamps are in the comments. That's what I was going to say, or in the description rather. So they've just disappeared from all of my videos, even from violin videos. I have no idea. It's just a YouTube glitch, and it's very, very frustrating. And so what I'm going to do is put the timestamps in for the lives as well. And so that way, for those on Rewatch Crew or Replay or what have you, I'll be sure it'll have like the tangents in there, scroll tangents, and then you can go back and use the timestamps as well. So, okay. So what I'll do is when we get to the part with the Goldwater rule, we'll hear him talk about it. And then I'm going to pull up Dr. Spiegel explaining it just for the juxtaposition. And then we'll go back to him. Okay. So that'll come up in a few minutes. So, and we'll just go head back to the video then.
Patients.
This is
yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. This is going to be a lot different. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents.
We're all excited.
Severe medical conditions.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Hi to your wife.
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise.
Textbooks, he's published textbooks.
One of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those with the rules of ethics were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the U.S. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the US, but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field. and from time, well, fairly frequently it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that members will follow as part of their practice.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate in terms of deposition and trial testimony approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year.
Oh boy.
And I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many
The
of
two experts couldn't be more different.
therapists involved in this
Couldn't
case,
be more different.
including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant.
Emily, thank you. That was a perfect segue. Where she just said the two psychologists couldn't be more different. So, or what did she say? 2 experts couldn't be more different. Okay. So this is for you, McSpanky Vance, because we have a friend in the chat who missed the Spiegel and had not seen this trial before. So we are so fortunate that we get to have someone see this for the first time. So this is a great time to we'll do a little preview of some Dr. Spiegel here for context. And don't worry, we'll come back to him for some of the other parts as well. So let me go ahead and switch. So now I have to switch this other video. Okay. This is just me improvising, but I have this
Find
video.
original Emily's live coverage.
This is the one from last time. So let me find some Spiegel time here. Let's see.
On the list of
Oh, and of course, if YouTube did its job, there would be timestamps, right?
docs that do not see or know
Psychiatrists.
patients directly.
Okay.
That's a violation. So basically, you are saying that
Not
unless you
all
do a
docs.
clinical evaluation.
Oh, God.
Back to
Sorry.
again,
Chat got to
then
this like an hour and a
this
half
whole
ago.
I don't know if you guys.
for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation. Again, I was offered twice.
The court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam
Oh dear.
of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them. I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not.
We talked about this morning.
Isn't that right, sir?
Oh boy.
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of
I don't
was
know.
that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my
Same
understanding
thing.
was.
Same.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court
Was the Goldwater rule.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
I don't know. When was Barry Goldwater
I'm
in
59. That
office?
sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around
That's not right.
as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Right.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So.
Wait, you're not a
this is
member,
an
but you're a
ethical
fellow?
rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules.
Yep.
It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Okay. They're guidelines.
It's
And
more of a guideline.
You know that over time,
like the code. It's more of a
American
guideline.
Psychiatric Association
Right.
has
This is
amended
what
the
we're gonna
rule,
do.
so
We're
it's
gonna
not.
do it. Hopefully, it'll save it where I left off. We're gonna do it in little snippets. So that's a little taste for McSpunky and for all of us to remember. Well, it's just a little taste. What we'll do is we will go back to where he's first asked about the Goldwater rule, and then we'll show the best part with the Willy Wonka thing. But that now we have an idea. There's Dr. Spiegel. So now let's see. Will it put this? Did it save my spot? Oh, that's awesome! It did. You guys, it saves my
Dr. Cohen, who was Miss Heard's therapist,
we're back.
and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
I think that was going to fly.
Can we approach?
Okay. Can we approach?
Oh, Miss Callinan. This is a new character from the last episode making another appearance. Your Honor, at this time, we would like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert. So I guess we're going to get to see her with this expert here. We'll know what she looks like. Any objection? Mr. Nadelhoff, can we approach? So this is like, I suppose, like a voir dire situation we have here. Court, okay. Sidebar, Mr. Nadelhoff. As I understand it from the disclosures, he will testify to the, oh dear, to the Goldwater rule. Oh dear. The court, okay. Mr. Nadelhoff, so to the extent it's limited to that, sounded like he's going to go, I know we're talking about voir dire, but I just wanted to make sure that you would rule in the motion in limine, one, that he couldn't talk about Dr. Blaustein's record, so as long as it's limited to the Goldwater rule, I have 2 objections. I guess that should be TWO. I'll just go ahead and interject here. So as Dr. Blaustein came up before in, again, last time's episode, in regards to, I don't remember which expert it was, but this came up. This, from what I can surmise, the problem with this is these records were all handwritten and they were completely illegible. And in fact, Emily comments during the sidebar that they're all laughing, and Judge A is like laughing, especially, and she's like, "What are they laughing about?" You know, and they're laughing, looking at this. You know, she doesn't know what they're looking at. They're looking at something, and it sounded like from when I read the sidebar, they're laughing because the handwriting is just, you know, there's just the jokes about doctors' handwriting. Sounds like this is just no one can make heads or tails of it. So I think that's what this is another instance of that. Like they just can't use that, those records. So anyway, okay. So you couldn't talk about Dr. Blaustein's records. So as long as it's limited to the Goldwater rule, I have TWO, I'm assuming. Ms. Callinan, the disclosure is not just about the Goldwater rule. He also talks about different other professional organizations that have guidelines. The court, as long as we're staying on ethical issues, that's what he's going to testify to, not the contents of Ms. Callinan. Dr. Blaustein's records, yes, correct, yes. He's not talking about that, the court. He's just talking about ethicals. Ms. Callinan, yes. Yes, well, some of it is, and some of it going to be about, based on what Dr. Spiegel did, is in violence of that. I'm sure that should have been violation, not violence. The court. But he's still just talking about ethical rules. Ms. Callinan, correct. Mr. Nadelhoff, so if it is limited, yeah, with that limitation, no objection. The court, yeah, Goldwater and other ethical rules. Mr. Nadelhoff, and ethical rules, yeah, the court. As long as it's not substantive to other medical records. Mr. Nadelhoff, yeah. Back to court.
I don't know what they're talking about up at the bench. They should be able to see the live feed. See, you see Depp's team over here. They're always turning around to look at what's going on at the bench. They have a live feed of the court reporter. I've not seen Heard's team doing the same thing. I don't know if they have a live feed. I don't know if, I mean, theirs is on an iPad. And so when they're up at the bench, the court reporter is still taking notes, and we get, you know, them seeing what's going on.
So
but we're not getting that.
No objection.
We're not getting that on Heard's team. I don't know if they just don't have one, if they don't want one. I don't know.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his
Foundation to reorient them?
That's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater rule.
Yep.
When he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality
So it came up
traits
first.
and his cognitive abilities.
Goldwater came up first.
My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. It's like his opinion, Needlehoff. It's his opinion.
Sidebar. Mr. Needlehoff. She just said it was going to be about the ethics rules, and now he's going on about reliability of opinion, Ms. Collins. So the motion in limine was specific. I mean, I was just going to say this, is I know it's specific about Dr. Blaustein. It's specific to excluding his testimony about the quality of Dr. Blaustein's records. His disclosure includes all the other things that Dr. Spiegel relied on to form his opinion, including the videotape deposition of Mr. Depp, to form his opinions about his cognitive functions. Right. He reviewed that, and in order for him to be able to testify how he violated the Goldwater rule, he has to get into what records he looked at. He's not going to get into it substantively about the motion in limine, and I have in front of right here, Your Honor, Mr. Needlehoff. He's talking about how his opinions are not reliable. He wants to say that he violated the Goldwater rule or other ethical rules by doing this or that. That's allowable, but to say whether his opinion is reliable or not, that's a different thing, or I think that's a different thing, Ms. Conan. So the motion in limine was specific to, and I have it here, Your Honor, Mr. Needlehoff, but disclosure is all you're going to talk about. Ms. Conan, no, that's not true. The court, let's just wait. Are you saying he's going to rebut Dr. Spiegel's opinions? Ms. Conan, say that again. The court, does he say he's going to rebut Dr. Spiegel's opinions? Ms. Conan, yes, does. Mr. Needlehoff, no, he just says, Ms. Conan, yes. Mr. Needlehoff, his opinions are just that it doesn't meet the Goldwater rule. Ms. Conan, Dr. Shaw will testify concerning Dr. Spiegel's opinions. I don't think any of that's necessary at all. Not, I mean, you know, Mr. Needlehoff, but that's summary, Ms. Conan. And then we get into specifics, and he was designated as a rebuttal to Dr. Spiegel. And sorry, Your Honor, okay, we have here Dr. Spiegel failed to abide by the Goldwater rule. The court, right, Ms. Conan, and then the court, I got that, Ms. Conan, I'm sorry. The opinions that Dr. Spiegel intends to offer based on the incomplete data set, lacking in the mental status examination and lacking review of prior psychiatric history, Mr. Needlehoff. And then he continues to talk about Goldwater. It's all about the Goldwater rule, so it's not about his reliability. No, whether he's following the Goldwater rule or not, Ms. Conan, that's part of it. The court's still under the Goldwater. Ms. Conan, say that again. The court's still under the Goldwater, so you have to stay with that, Ms. Conan. He also talks about neuropsychological testing. This was part of his disclosure, and he was going to testify about that. The court, that's when he violated the Goldwater rule. Mr. Needlehoff, right, correct. The court, so he can testify to that. Mr. Needlehoff, right, all about how he violated the rule, whether or not he violated the Goldwater rule, but not about the I mean, I think there's a difference. He's all about the ethics and not about the reliability. The court, he can give his first opinion he talked about and any supporting documents in supporting testimony to that, but when it goes into, it doesn't seem like there's anything here about his opinions as far as reliability or Ms. Conan. So to the Goldwater rule, so the Goldwater rule talks about how you have to rely on certain information, the court, right, Ms. Conan? So in a way, he's going to be talking about that. So is it just the issue? The court, yes, exactly. His opinion all has to be within the Goldwater rule, Ms. Conan. So I think the issue is that he said reliable. Mr. Needlehoff, he was talking about the reliability of Dr. Spiegel's opinion. He can talk about whatever he wants to say, how he violated the rule. The court, this is how he violated it. And then some of the information is going to come. Ms. Conan, okay. The court makes sense. Ms. Conan, it does. The court, okay. Mr. Needlehoff, okay. Back to him, court.
Lynn, I totally crack up at how you say Elaine's name. Elaine. Is it possible Johnny Depp or Amber Heard could testify again? It's always possible that Depp can. I can't imagine they would call Heard again. I can't imagine there's anything for them to call Heard again. What, if any, boost does board certification give an expert?
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater rule.
It depends on how much weight the jury gives it.
The Goldwater rule came about
ethics.
in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful.
I
in that
love the
lawsuit.
history because I didn't know any of this.
And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater rule?
Okay, so now this is him answering question, what is the Goldwater rule, basically, right? Just describe this Goldwater rule. Okay. So, you guys just heard Emily say, wow, this is so great. It's so nice to have this background information. I'm like, awesome, great. Thank you, Emily, for that other lovely segue. Why did you not have that information before? Haven't we already heard from an expert? Oh, Spiegel. Have we already heard from an expert? Oh, we did. Okay. So how did he answer that same question? This is what I'm going to find here. So let's find him on direct examination. Let's see.
So I viewed
Oh, Hazel, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Heard's
Trigeminal is so hard.
Objection, there's no question pending.
I don't know why it puts her name again. Record evidence. I'm sorry. I have to find the right spots. Everybody, hold on.
to me, can someone who use disorders, their diagnostic?
Mr. Depp,
No, I did not.
did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
That was a negative,
Dr.
Ghost
Spiegel, I'm
Rider.
going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the basis
Here we are.
for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can
What's
you do that?
interesting is
Yes.
if this is beyond the scope of the disclosure,
On
Depp's
what
team
were
is
you
probably
requested to
pissed.
analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence,
We go forward.
I don't speculate on diagnosis.
use disorders, their diagnostic criteria.
So, well, yes, there's reported times of this. Let's see. Miss Brodoff. When it correlates. Okay.
So I viewed
Finding the right
Hazel,
spot.
all that
evidence.
is involved in psychological. The record
Thank
evidence of, I'll
Well-
just start with Dr. Kipper.
Ben King said the clothes
and
weren't destroyed in
the
Australia.
Substances that Mr.
It'll be interesting to see Cross on this.
Destroying furniture, property,
After that.
need for praise.
Can you explain what you mean by this
This
whole
is-
trial?
This
Oh, wait. You have to
this
see
court case we're going through.
You have to see this part. I forgot.
Sir,
Sorry.
I do think
without
that
ever evaluating him,
fact that
yikes.
he thought that Amber owed him, Miss Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Improper expert testimony.
The fact that Miss Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. To some degree, this whole trial is that. because
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, I wanted to hear what he had to say.
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
Please able to explain what sustain that objection. Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
This proceeding would go, this court case we're going through.
There's an objection, sir.
Sir. Wow. That's he called the whole trial a narcissistic insult. That's bold.
Sidebar, the court. You want to talk about the court case? I'm not sure, Ms. Brodiff. Well, I think he's just saying, as an example, that the fact that we've got this trial. Oh, God, this part was freaking amazing. Oh, my God. This is one of the best part. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really forget, but in a way, I'm like, wow, I forgot just like how amazing Dr. Spiegel is. Like, definitely a highlight of the trial. Oh, boy. Okay, you want to talk about the court case? I'm not sure, Ms. Brodiff. Well, I think he's just saying, as an example, that the fact we've got this trial, the court. I think it's beyond. Get back to what he reviewed. Ms. Brodiff, all right, I'll try. The court sustained. Ms. Brodiff, all right, thank you. Back to open court.
Calling this trial, this entire trial, a narcissistic insult is absolutely bananas to me. He has not treated.
Well, what other conduct is in the record evidence
The judge,
that
I think, told her to
correlates,
move on.
with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
He's
What's
trying
the
to
thing about
diagnose.
the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say
I'm
that.
not saying that. Okay. The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of the trial, would be in order to
He's not talking
maintain
about the
any
trial.
sense of control.
He just did
a
exactly what she
narcissistic
said he's not
person
supposed to.
Really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other.
Okay, I think you're right, Kitsmits. I think it's towards the end. We had to watch that little part. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna find the Goldwater.
The person, you're not really caring what
Did
happens.
he hear the laughing?
This person on TV, the way they acted, and
okay, hang on.
what was running for presidency,
We're
They're
very
trying-
question. Okay,
engage in behaviors
okay, it's
that
right
quote
after.
unquote
Okay,
are used to keep individuals in control.
perfect.
You don't
Right after
really
that.
think about the other person. You're not really caring what
Did
happens.
he
to
hear
that
the
other
laughing
person.
audio?
So I think that's
Because yikes.
another facet.
Because yeah.
So
Sir.
I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule,
Oh,
please?
chat, you are so wise.
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency.
They're
and
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
out ahead
be honest with you,
of
I
the
think it was
cross
in the
on
late
this.
60s when he was, early 70s, because
They're trying to
I
get
was
ahead of the cross on this.
too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is
Yeah, time wasting works in Depp's favor the rest of this
clinicians,
trial.
psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And
Sir.
therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Sir.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does not.
Objection.
Or why not?
No foundation.
Elaine said, why not to him?
He was explaining what the Goldwater rule.
Oh my God.
Objection. And Elaine goes, why not?
Sidebar. Mr. Dennison, if he wants to testify that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule, go ahead. But the question was, quote, does it have any applicability here, end quote. Ms. Brough, it's in my designation at page 94, paragraph 1, Mr. Dennison. Clearly, it's in her designations. The questions here, Ms. Brough, I think we had a motion limited to exclude some of Dr. Shaw's testimony. And Your Honor granted that at the court. So is that something your expert is going to be testifying to?
Okay.
Here we go. Through it.
Does the
think it's done
Goldwater
well.
rule have any applicability
So-
here to your testimony and your conclusions and
So she
opinions?
won that objection
No,
and
it
is
does
allowed to
not.
continue to ask.
And
for
why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on record.
Okay, I'm going to pause this real quick. So this is a key part of this that even for us who've watched this a lot of times, it's easy to forget that this was a huge part of what he was saying. And then, of course, from McSpunky, who's new to this, it's easy to forget. This is a huge part of what he was saying was that the point was he's trying to make is that if the Goldwater rule were applicable, if it were in any way valid, I guess you could say. Yeah, right, Kitsmits. That he's trying to say it would completely nullify the point or ability to even have expert witnesses. This is his whole thing. He's like, yeah, it's not possible to follow it because that's what expert testimony is. And just as a reminder, this is from day 21. We were watching day 22. So if we're in trial, let's put ourselves in trial. We're in the trial. He would have been yesterday, right? So we had Spiegel yesterday. And so then the very next day, right, they bring in, Johnny's team brings in Dr. Shaw to rebut Dr. Spiegel's testimony. That's his job, is to rebut this guy. So you've got Dr. Spiegel. He just tried to explain the Goldwater rule, or you guys saw it. And then his point here he's getting to is that it would negate and invalidate expert right, the entire medical field. She remembers in verbatim. Well done. All right, let's play this part.
Words or charts or information that I look that expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently,
so you watch a YouTube video and call somebody a narcissistic abuser like that?
Don't make diagnoses
maybe like that.
This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course.
Have any of them called
video deposition,
narcissistic?
picture deposition, court filings, emails? I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior.
Reviewed a whole lot.
I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give an example.
Objection leading.
It is.
Overruled.
It's foundational.
To be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly.
He was like negative ghost.
So now let me jump to where he says this. This is on cross. So I'm going to jump to where he talks about this more on cross. Hi, Jane. You're at the very beginning. You're in for a wild time. Just because you're just arriving and just joining, I will have timestamps in the comments since they're always in the comments, but YouTube's they've not been working on the Squirrely bar. So if you don't see them, just know they're in the comments once of course the video is completed here. So that will also make it easier for you, but I'm glad you're here, and you probably can't hear me actually if you're at the beginning, so never mind. Well, when you get to hour 44 or whatever, wherever we are, you'll laugh, hopefully, when you hear me talking to you. Okay. All right. So now, yes, the cross. So let me go forward. Yeah, that's funny. I'm reading what you're saying, kids. That's funny. All right, let's see here.
Interesting.
Was the Goldwater rule.
Perfect. Yeah.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
I don't know. When was Barry Goldwater in
59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
Excellent.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of?
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So,
wait, you're not a member, but you're a fellow?
Rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
It's more of a guideline.
You know that over time,
like the code, it's more of a
American
guideline.
Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to you again.
Chat got to this like an hour and a half ago because y'all so smart.
Get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings.
No.
A
lot of them did
court orders it. No, and that's what you just said. What the APA said. Then, therefore, expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical record where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have, is null and void.
That's reframing the question. That's not what he said.
Sir.
No, he isn't.
You are.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second.
That's not what he said.
What I'm
Oh my
saying,
God.
what I am reading to you is a rule
This is gonna get good.
by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say
orders are for.
eliminated.
Best cross from Denison so
And
far.
I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry
No.
would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that.
Forensics.
So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with. Because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your
Forensics do
deposition that
evaluations.
the professional opinions
And they're not
you rendered
psychiatrists.
were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah. My first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field
without
exactly what
an evaluation.
The Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical
I bet you the jury just woke up
requirements
too.
of the APA
For whether he's ethical or
when
not. That's what the jury woke
when
up for.
rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because of an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness who's everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means
everybody else does it. So can I? No.
And unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says
everyone else gets to play Call of
Duty.
Duty.
Saying that, and the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
Oh shit!
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I'm saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness.
I'm saying that you're
solely
saying
as
that
an
I'm
expert
saying
witness,
that what you're saying is that this
that
is unethical.
guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
You're the only psychiatrist that's done it.
Right? And
that was initially.
I don't know if you guys see it.
And the name of the rule came from that.
Oh my
But the
You're
rule
the only
says it is
psychiatrist.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion
this is
about
like-
an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning.
That's
I
not
believe
what
at
he
my
said.
intimate partner.
Oh, he's so mad
What
at
I would
Denison.
say to you then, sir, is that
Oh my God.
if you say this
Sir.
about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony
This is
invalid.
lit.
Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see their named patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that
not
unless you're
all
doing a
docs,
clinical evaluation,
dummy,
then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical.
Yes.
And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert law,
to you,
but also managed care. It applicable to multiple
managed care is not testifying.
Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about
the propriety of your testimony
you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
That's for them to decide. You said no. Let's go to the next question.
You were diagnosed with somebody narcissistic.
This rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe
you've rendered professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir, relative to Mr. Depp?
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that.
Let's read it back.
I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then
narcissistic personality traits aren't a diagnosis. He said it was a cluster B.
On the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to perceive that expert witnesses aren't ethical based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time.
You're sitting there disagreeing now.
But thank you. Go ahead.
You're literally doing that
your
now.
Words, I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's enjoying this way too much. Take a breath,
Let's start
Dennison.
with the easy question then.
Take a breath, Dennison.
Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Answer the questions.
Yeah, Doc, you're going to need to chill the fuck out.
You need to just answer the questions, Dr. Spiegel.
The judge is now yelling at Dr. Spiegel.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
How'd you call him narcissistic? Yeah, take a minute, Dr. Spiegel. Just think about the question real carefully.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personalities, or I would say traits.
Okay. Okay. We're going to go ahead just a little bit for the best part, McSpanky Pants, of that you are in for such a treat here. And you guys, you all already know where I'm going with this, but let's not spoil it for him. So I'm going to go ahead just a little bit here. Yeah, that's so true, Kitzmans.
Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that.
Fight certain factors.
They're just going to shred his credibility and then leave him. Splitting hairs. You always splitting hairs.
Narcissistic personality disorder.
Cluster B traits.
Ask.
And the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you,
disorder is a risk factor. Yes or no to my question.
Can you answer the question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of misheard was diagnosed with that.
Yeah. And
right, the mouth moment, that's where we're headed here. For anybody, I just wanted to say, if there's anybody who's like just listening to this either now or at any point and they're not watching, they're probably very confused because they don't see what's happening. So I'll just explain that we are, again, YouTube's, the timestamps aren't working. So this would have timestamps here, but basically I'm going forward in the video to find specific moments, and that's why it's been doing. That's why if you hear it and you're like, "What's going on?" It's like me trying to explain what's happening, but I'm just fast forwarding through the video to find this spot. So that's why. Just so you guys know. Okay, let's keep going here.
Did you evaluate that?
Diagnoses are, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
This is going off the rails.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore,
Oh my
all I
God.
can say is
Why not?
that cluster B traits,
Right.
and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, like I said, in AMA's ruling under the did apology with bad dog, with no delay in process.
Okay, here we go.
Impairment.
Okay, here we go. Let me
And I'll
back
tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this
Here we
before,
go.
which was that one, I don't expect perfection from my victims. Two, absolutely there are cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before.
Who told you you weren't allowed to? Who told you you weren't allowed to comment on the testing?
You.
Who told you that?
In your opinion today, that you thought.
This chat, man.
Well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American
Wait,
Medical
Jennison, don't go back. We don't care
Association
anymore. Keep going down the other
relative to
road.
doing,
Cluster Bs. You're on cluster Bs. Go back. Go back.
clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the.
Okay, I'm just pausing real quick for McSpunky. So, yeah, I know that was another thing, right? I don't expect perfection from my victims. So just to sort of for you, McSpunky here. So, this was another thing was that he had this whole other theory about Johnny Depp being cognitively impaired, like calls him slow, like basically like his cognition. And so, where we're getting to here is where what Dennis is going to be asking about is his baseline. Like, what did you compare him to? Like, how do you know that he's slow? Because we know he didn't evaluate him, right? That's the whole point of the whole thing. Like, he never met him, never spoke to him, never met him. He just read medical records of Johnny's, right? So how did you make how did you come to the conclusion, in your expert opinion, sir, how did you come up to the conclusion that, he has impaired or slow cognition, what have you, right? So what did you use for baseline? So that's where we're getting at here with this.
The rubric of not doing value with somebody you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't
great.
read the rule.
Okay, great. You don't know the rule.
Great. No, gallery, don't laugh. Let's move on.
You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Good use of purported.
What do you use as a baseline?
You're welcome.
A baseline for processing speed?
Chat, you all brought this up.
For analyzing Mr.
Chat,
Depp
you all
before
brought
you
this
watched
up.
his deposition.
When he started, you all got there first.
For that. I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact
Amazing.
in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact, and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
You've seen him do commercials?
His deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies?
You're making his
against
acting a
deposition
baseline?
testimony
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp.
His acting can't be the baseline. His acting can't be the
Apology
baseline.
ads. I remember he did apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that.
Those
I
are
saw no
edited.
delay in processing speed. All I'm saying.
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
And I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke.
Well, we
You
have
didn't
to
make the comparison.
Right now,
Did you
just a
just
second
admit to
ago.
lying in deposition? Look
Just a
at
second
Ben
ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Bring up the deposition. Pull up the deposition.
But you can. But as an aside, you can judge
Sir,
someone's
there's no question pending.
processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now. You're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now is not slow.
Sir, is acting real life?
I mean, we're judging processing
Is
speed. I'm
this real
saying.
life? Have we slipped into another timeline?
So, but no,
Did
any
the
of
jury just
Mr.
laugh?
Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What? Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you?
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go.
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate
Wait
Factory?
for it. Wait for it.
Did you look at that one when you were comparing this processing speed?
Wait for it.
What just happened? What is he doing with his mouth?
Do I have to answer that question?
You have to answer the question.
Sir, you have
No,
to
you'll
answer
be
the
happy. No, I
question.
didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened. Whatever it was about. No, I did not.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Watch this.
Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Bring up the deposition. Pull up the deposition.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge
Sir,
someone's
there's no question pending.
processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow.
Sir, is acting real life?
I mean, we're judging processing
Is
speed. I'm
this real
saying.
life? Have we slipped into another timeline?
So, look,
Did the jury just
Mr.
laugh?
Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What? Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
What just happened? What is he doing with his mouth?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer the question.
Sir, you have
No,
to
you'll
answer
be
the
happy. No, I didn't
questions.
see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened. Whatever it was about. No, I did not.
What the fuck is happening?
All right. You made a very kind admission.
Your Honor, do I have
early
to
on in your
admit?
deposition
Do I have to
that
answer?
You're not
God.
claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp.
I know the mouth
That's
thing.
correct,
The
isn't it?
mouth thing.
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts.
I see your comment. I don't know how to do that without everything blowing up. I could pull it up on my phone, but that's not going to help. I don't know, because I have these videos loaded. I don't if I open up, I don't know how. If I open up more internet, because this is the only thing happening on my computer, I just don't know what will happen because I would have to stream another. I see what you're saying. What I will do is I'll make a little thing. I'll find that and I'll make it into a video I'll do a thing where it shows the different angles. How about that? I'll do that this little short video. Just because I don't know what will happen if I try to I know everyone does that, share the screen and all that. I've not delved into that, and the technology seems to be iffy enough. But it's a great idea. So I'll just make a little video with it, and then we can put it on. We can watch it live, and that way I know it won't fuck up. Okay, so I want to find, there's the part where he drinks that Gatorade. You understand? Yeah. So because of using more internet and whatnot. So there's the part. Let me see if I can find this. There's the specialist one of the Gatorade. Let's see.
And work on the language.
I probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was I'm trying to think back. And I'm
He
trying to
just
think
asked you the context,
What I
sir.
thought was
Hold on, we have to watch this part.
That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But
Yeah,
with
the part about
respect to
Roland
acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
Actors rehearse?
If you say that's, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay. But you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
But I'm glitching. But you compared his pirates to his baseline in your depo. Bring up the depo. Read the depo. But he admitted it, so it's not really impeachment. But I just want to know because I'm
During your
curious.
deposition, what were the circumstances in which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
And somebody called Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot. In your
Oh,
deposition.
God.
Oh, I think, okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, you probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. And I'm
He
trying to
just
think back.
asked you the
Okay?
context,
And what I
sir.
thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition,
Stupid
okay,
Gator.
and again, I'm thinking back, so I bet you have it in front of you. I don't. So
Gator is
I'm
Obviously.
thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. All right. So I didn't call Mr. Depp.
I have to pause that because that really bugs me, because he's saying that he's going to say he called the plan an idiot. Wait, hold on. Let me just play that.
An idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
Called that planning idiot. Does that sound weird to you? Yeah, because here's why. He took the deposition. He is quote uses the word idiot. That is the word that you use to describe a person. If you were describing a plan or planning, you would say it's idiotic. So what he's saying is impossible. Like if he used the word idiot, it has to be describing a person. Just that, yeah.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you just read one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I know.
Exactly.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't running professional.
Oh,
Is it a
shit.
psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
Oh!
How does it follow the?
Well, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. It's not a-
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice describing in my practice. No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me
You
9
did that.
hours of deposition. And if I said the word
The deposition's the
idiot,
problem.
it was an idiot in planning.
No,
It wasn't making him
no.
an idiot.
Read it
I
again,
don't know
Dennison.
Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his
Read it
overall
again.
functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's
I'm
probably
so
a good idea
floored.
to think about
Just
the questions that are asked you in a
floored.
court proceeding before answering.
I'm going to go forward to the
I'm
bar.
allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you
So,
allowed to answer?
what
Ben
I
Shoe's
meant
like,
by
you better. I don't know how you redirect this.
Derived some evidence of cognitive decline.
Talking to him.
Yep,
Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yep,
Yeah,
Purdue.
you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this,
I don't want us to break for lunch. I don't want us to break for
Exam you
lunch.
well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein, and it's an exam that based on whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece.
That's contrary to the evidence.
Isn't he dead?
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. Sorry.
Minutes, and he remembered one of them.
Okay.
Right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
But you just
So you don't
testified to
know
2 minutes ago.
One way or
Sir.
the other,
With respect.
how he scored on the exam.
And peace and love.
You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol.
No, don't sit down, Dennison.
But
Don't
you're
sit down.
going to
Keep
rely on
going.
it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
What you found hard to believe, sir, was that every
You're right.
line of the script was pumped through an earpiece.
And that's not
Where
what the
did you
evidence
ever
shows.
get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
What did you read?
The court
That's
review.
contrary to the
You know
evidence.
Whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
That's contrary to the evidence.
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking.
Again, I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about this.
Whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
That's contrary to the evidence.
Whether Marlon Brando used an
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
But you just
So you don't
testified to
know
2 minutes ago.
One way or
Sir,
the other,
with respect.
how he scored on the exam.
And peace and love.
You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol.
No, don't sit down, Dennison.
But
Don't
you're
sit down.
gonna
Keep
rely on
going.
it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
What you found hard to believe, sir, was that
Why are you saying that?
every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece.
And that's not
Where
what the
did you
evidence
ever
shows.
get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read, and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
What did you read? That's contrary to the evidence.
Whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
That's contrary to the evidence.
Isn't he dead? So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking.
Again, I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting.
Okay.
I will concede to you.
So then you
100%.
don't know if it's
that is the
normal or not.
standard And people are done that acting, then I apologize.
I'm just seeing if there's anything else.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately.
He's
was
repeating
He's
it.
entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just
You can't repeat it.
state the hearsay. You can rely on it.
What is
All
happening?
right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Let me just see for this document. I'm looking for the best. But she really she can rely on.
Right? Yes, ma'am.
Not you. Not you.
Change any of your opinions. Did Mr. Depp do in response?
I don't know. I'm just skipping around to see if I can find a gator. the
One
gator.
snippet, I'm sure was in the context I just said. But the AMA's ruling, with the, that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that. But that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Personality traits, a psychiatric diagnosis. Expert witness. I'm saying as an expert
Look at Emily.
witness.
Look at
I'm
Emily.
saying that you're
Solely
saying
as
that
an
I'm
expert
saying that
witness.
what you're saying is that this
That
is unethical.
guideline is permitting that from to again.
Chat got to
then
this like an hour and a
this
half
whole
ago.
thing on
because- Wait, I wanted to hear what he had to say.
That's not record evidence.
Let's go back.
All right.
Well,
Now,
I'm going to. Okay. He's Well, I'm engaged gonna in. leave it at this. There's some amazing moments, but there's one in particular. I made sure to include them in this video where he's drinking the Gatorade, and it's like the way he's drinking that Gatorade is just, it's on another level. If I could find it easily, I would love to just go ahead and play that, but it's in here somewhere. Maybe I'll give it one more shot, see if I can find that. And this is part of his.
The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I know it's during the sidebar.
Thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
Stop arguing, Elaine. For any of us that aren't medical
Two.
professionals.
I've been asked to opine about this topic of domestic abuse
It's here to decide. I can find it. What it correlates.
in I think it was 2012 around.
Control somebody's career. Would that be a factor?
Yeah, so
Section leading.
Overruled. Any
This is
record evidence were
cumulative
you
and
aware of that
restating.
Mr.
She's
Depp
wasting time.
I do think
Without
that
ever evaluating him.
the fact that
Yikes.
he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Improper expert testimony.
The fact that Ms. Heard
When
owed him and only wanted to be together with him
he's talking about
because of his fame
and saying that
is an example of that. To some degree, this whole trial
was thinking
is
about
that
it.
because of
Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I
That's
think
not-
they were hold on, a theatric. It's a mirror. I remembered where it is.
Mr. Depp and his behavior.
Reviewed a whole lot.
I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no.
And asked for them and did not.
We talked
get
about
them.
this morning.
Mike-
It's a top- He's enjoying this way too much.
Processing speed.
That is correct. Hold on.
Nothing.
Quote, to be able to commit intimate partner Sure, yes, violence, end in quote. this area, the Gatorade Bro. thing I'm looking for. All It's right, in I'll this redirect area. him to court. All right. Yeah, in this area. Go Yes, for it. I remember.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of
not your
Mr. Depp's
redirect. I believe
was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry?
Oh, it's based on his assumption that
Could I
Depp
be
committed
heard?
IPV.
Okay.
So it's based on his determination that Depp lacks empathy is based, this is where he's getting, is based on his assumption that Depp committed IPV.
This is the Gatorade. Okay, I think when it pans back. He started his response with, okay, sorry. He started his response with, quote, to be able to commit intimate partner violence, end quote. Miss Burdoff, all right, I'll redirect him. The court, all right. Open court.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of
not your
Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
What record?
Yes.
It's going to be a mess.
Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if
it's based on your assumption, that's why you can't answer.
one does,
No.
so I'll make it more
No
direct.
recross.
So if you're not agreeing with
He's
what
paid.
Mr. Depp has to say,
Experts are paid.
you
That's
are
not
no longer useful.
weird.
Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit.
All right, now we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow.
Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed
I don't know
the
if this is going to
deposition of
undo
Amy
what
Banks,
happened on
correct?
cross, though.
Yes.
And what, if any,
Even though it's helpful testimony for her, I don't know if that's
determinations
going to
did
help.
you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks
Okay.
is a professor
I'm gonna
who
pick up on the Gatorade thing, but I was just gonna say, so my understanding was that insurance paid for the attorneys, but she still had to pay. So that was what I thought, and I think, trying to remember, I think Emily talked about that at some point, maybe in a more recent video. But the other thing for all of y'all wondering, and like Miss Spunky too, because there's there's been all the ongoing litigation regarding the insurance companies after this whole thing revolving with Amber and the insurance companies and that whole thing. And I can't remember where that was at, but I know that at some point, and I think this might be where that left off, is at least one of the companies is trying to get their money back. And if that were the case, then I think what would happen is Amber would have to like pay those legal, like they're trying to, like one of the companies, because it was two insurance companies, one of them is trying to get refunded for the legal fees that they paid on Amber's behalf. So I don't know if you guys remember where that was. I don't know if those were all finished or not. But yeah, my understanding was that she had paid and insurance paid, but now that insurance is like, no, we shouldn't have had to pay, and they want a refund. So, okay, so that's the context. So now let's go back. Bye, Spiegel. Let's go back to where we were.
They wanted to make sure that
Okay, let's
psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized.
I'm gonna rewind it just a switch so we can remember what he was saying. But this is the rebuttal witness for Dr. Spiegel, just as the juxtaposition that we have here. Okay, let's see.
Unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general and the psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion. People generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any updates?
He's
to the
just so
Goldwater rule?
pleasant.
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions.
I don't think we'll get to Kate Moss today. I'm guessing
publications
tomorrow.
by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA.
Yep, everything the other doctor said.
If a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or
happy graduation,
personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US.
Oh, my heart goes out to Lillian.
And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a statement, very strong statement from the president of the APA.
Unethical.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty or role of experts in the court sort of null and void.
Yeah, which I thought was stupid.
But there are exceptions and situations in which
it doesn't make them
an expert can give testimony in court.
They just can't diagnose.
So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice, the expert can review medical records.
Interesting.
And can give an opinion, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
I'll talk about this in a break.
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And
He didn't say
specifically, what
unethical.
opinions of
They're gonna
that
let the
Dr. Spiegel
jury
gave yesterday
decide.
do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
They're going to let the jury decide it was unethical. He's going to
I
say it
think
violated the
there were
rule.
sort of
We could
two
let the
primary
jury make the
ones.
jump.
The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we break for a moment?
Okay. Huh.
They're approaching for a sidebar. Mr. Neilhoff, I think now he's passed the Goldwater rule. I think he's now he's criticizing Dr. Spiegel's opinions beyond the Goldwater rule. Imagine that, right? The court, I think, do you want to respond, Ms. Calnan? I'm sorry. Again, this is going to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule, and he includes it in his disclosure. The court, this one, Ms. Calnan, sorry. Court, I did see how that he violated Ms. Calnan giving an opinion about the court. I did read that in one of the subparagraphs, Mr. Neilhoff. Okay, the court, I'm going to try to take a break now at 4. They got a break, we didn't. I'm going to try to give them a break at 4 just to let you know, Ms. Calnan. I'm on 45 of 46, the court. Okay, Ms. Calnan, thank you. Back to open court we go.
All right. So we are going to be getting into more of his testimony. I don't know what they're approaching over. He's talking about the DSM. He is just like, okay, well, this was the opinion that he was rendering. I really, really want to know if they're going to bring up the narcissistic personality traits of eating candy my candy's in my Control F Yourself cup today, but I really want to know if that's going to come up because that would be interesting.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity.
I agree with you.
The need for admiration. A lack of empathy.
He's diagnosing YouTubers
by that person since young adulthood.
I'm teasing.
And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria.
It's the need for attention.
And for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called a narcissistic personality inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here.
Yeah, we did hear about the MMPI. We've gotten a whole education on cluster B personality disorders.
Family members, work colleagues, information of that sort. It is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel,
So I know that it seems like it's helpful for the way we've been kind of thinking about looking at the days and which days were back to back to think about, how it would have been, what it would have been like for the jury or for the gallery. So just to think about this. So hearing what he was saying as he was describing the different ways to test for it, that made me think of, because I'm working on the next video, which is day 23, right? And where I'm working on right now is Dr. Curry. So I'm realizing because of that, I'm like, oh shit. I heard that and I was like, that's so smart because he prepped it exactly for what she's going to say. So we think about it this way. So day 21, we hear from Dr. Spiegel, right? Then on day 22, we have rebuttal testimony from this fellow, Dr. Shaw. The next day, which if we're thinking we're in court today, right? So this would be tomorrow. So yesterday was Spiegel, today was Shaw. Tomorrow we hear from Dr. Curry again on rebuttal. And he's setting it up exactly to what she's going to be saying when she goes through, and she's rebutting Dr. Hughes. So, but when you look at it that way, you can see that the connection of how the overlap there, how it's set up like that, it's actually really like impressive to see. And the overlap is really interesting. So, yeah, so I just wanted to go ahead and throw that out there because I was thinking about that. But yeah, just so you can keep that in your mind now. Think, okay, if you're in court right now, like tomorrow, we will be hearing from Dr. Curry again. So that's just for that reference.
The fuck was that even?
Had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember,
he brings up the ADHD.
Somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion.
Yes, I want him as multiverse
testimony was
multiverse
not
vision.
really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Miss Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you
for your money.
Though
the entitlement could have been the demanding $20 million from the former agent, but he didn't say that.
He was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Miss Heard.
Nope, the jury is protected.
Because he believed she was
they will
having
not
an
be on
affair with
camera.
Mr. Franco.
Ever.
Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As
Envy
a
and
psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel bad.
I think this is going beyond his
All right.
presentation.
No?
He's giving his opinion as
He
to
is.
how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
Yep.
He did, but now sustained the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned 2 major examples. What was the second one?
The second one
Here's
was
just another
confusing
question.
being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned 2 major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule.
What was
is
the
the
next
second?
way?
Oh, sure. So
I
the
was
other
with him on
big
that.
category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition.
It's last week of trial vibes.
And felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects.
Dr. Shaw, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections. It's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
Boom.
On the first day of trial, the judge said to me, a sidebar and a pear tree. We're doing it. Sidebar, miscounted. It's on page 49 where he talks about the risk factors and Mr. Nadelhoff. What is it? I'm sorry, the court, page 49, Ms. Connon talks about the risk factors right here. Mr. Nadelhoff, I don't see correlation. The court, I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Connon, okay, thank you. Back to open quote.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, so the difference between
There might be. I'll take a look at that.
correlation and
I'll take a look at that
causation,
when we
correlation is a statistical
when we break. I'll take a look at that for sure.
analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about, there being a correlation between opinions he
That's
had
a bummer.
about Mr.
If there's
Depp,
two Dr.
his
Spiegels.
narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
Oh, this couldn't be a more stark contrast to Dr. Spiegel's testimony.
Right. You're excused for the 15 minutes too, sir, Doctor. Okay, we'll come back at 4:17 then. Finish the day? Okay.
Come back at 4:17 to finish the day.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, that was quicker than I thought.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And
no, they're just offering an opinion as to your
testified
psychiatrist.
a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
Huh?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
Because people normally
And
follow
you've
it,
never written an article
Needlehawks.
on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
It's well known.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
All right, redirect.
It's interesting to see them all working together.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Next witness.
Either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you.
So done.
Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
They've
okay?
been moving
Thank you.
very, very quickly.
Then I think there's just a couple things I need from you. Like tomorrow, let me, by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well.
Oh, verdict forms.
Worked out. Okay.
Your Honor, we sent revised jury instructions to them yesterday morning and a revised verdict form today. So just waiting to get
Okay,
back. But we'll
sure.
coordinate.
All right. Thank you.
Get it done.
And you're working with Jamie about some exhibits. There's some that were, both sides noted that were in evidence that are not. So I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up? Okay,
Sort
good.
out
All right,
your
just keep that
exhibits,
going. So we
people.
can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today,
Time.
I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do. So I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate. But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's what I have. Okay. Again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same. But Sammy's going to get to it this evening and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate times. Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
Judge A,
Thank you.
thank you.
It's the funniest thing. I've noticed it every single video, it glitches, at least on my end, it glitches right at the very end of this part. Every time, no matter what. It's the weirdest thing. It's just the weirdest thing. I mean, it's not the video file, right? It's so weird. Right on cue. It'll finish it up in a second here, though. So anyway, that's all we have for now. And okay, yeah, you just see the COE. Okay, it's trying with the star. So yeah, so right now I'm working on day 23. I think day 23 will be another whole video to itself because it's similar to day 22 in that there's a lot of sidebars and there's a lot of really long sidebars. And again, the rebuttal testimony tends to have a lot of really good information and also a lot of objections and stuff like that. And also, just so you guys can get excited, day 23 includes, I already said Dr. Curry, but also Johnny Depp will be on day 23. The cool thing about that is when he first testified at the beginning of trial, he was limited to what he could testify about, right? Because it was on their case in chief. So when he comes back and during court, we're thinking tomorrow, when he comes back, now, because he's a rebuttal witness, now he can rebut Amber Heard's testimony. So it opens up, because they have the rules, right? They can't go into certain things until, it happens. There it is. So now that all this other stuff has come in, he can actually comment on a lot of other stuff. So I've been watching his rebuttal testimony and I was like, I forgot how much more interesting this was even than his initial testimony. With a lot of really important stuff they can go into. So anyway, so day 23 is going to be really fun also. And yeah, that was so awesome of the COE to pop in. For any of you guys who don't already know, the best channel on the planet is Surviving the Survivor. I'll put my little banner here with this so that you guys can see it if you don't know them already. They are the best channel on the planet. And the COE is the wife of the host, and she popped in earlier, and that was very kind of her to do. But yeah, definitely check them out. They are the best. I love them so much. And you will see me there as well as McSpanky Pants, as well as Janae and Copper Horse and some other people as well that have been in the chat. So you're very welcome, McSpunky. Yes, McSpanky Pants. So yeah, in the chat, yeah, it's very fun having someone here that's seeing some of this for the first time. I think that we all, it's like Christmas. It's like to have someone witness this for the first time. Yeah, it's a very informative, and it's that some moments we were in pain laughing over the schizophrenia comment. And oh, hi Brian, thank you. You're very welcome. Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, I'll have the timestamps done on this event, pretty soon here for those of you on Rewatch Crew. Since we had a lot of side tangents and stuff. So, still trying to finish this outro. That's so funny. Okay, but you guys are awesome, and I will see y'all next time, and you are welcome, everybody.